Welcome to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm Josh Fox. My guest today, Ariana Picari, who was a producer at MSNBC, and she resigned over the summer. And she did so in a way that was really striking. She wrote a letter saying why she was leaving MSNBC because she was incredibly frustrated with the way that cable news was doing their job, or rather not doing their job. She saw it as a place where journalism was no longer working, where facts and context was being deprived of the audience, and that ratings were really determining what was brought to the viewership as news. I met Ariana when I was doing a performance of my show, The Truth Has Changed, in New York City, for actually donors and sponsors in preparation for our run at the Public Theater in January of last year. And she came up to me because the project was very much about truth and about how truth gets processed in our society, especially in terms of the media. Now, I was primarily focused on social media, but I was, obviously as a person in the media myself, who spent a lot of years being sort of the go-to guy on fracking and on climate change on MSNBC. I've spoken out a lot about how cable news in specific is catering towards the centrist neoliberal audience, that they were not covering issues of climate change, that they were not covering issues of fracking. And specifically with me, I was on MSNBC quite a lot. And you can look all those appearances on Chris Hayes and on Morning Joe and on Tamara Hall and on Gillian Radigan and on all the shows. I think I was on almost all the shows. And then I declared as a Bernie Sanders surrogate and went on television to debate, post-debate in Florida when Hillary and Bernie were sort of duking it out in the early days of the 2016 primary. And I came out and said that I thought that Hillary Clinton couldn't be a person who was acting on climate change in accordance with the science and still be a pro-fracking person. After that, I was sort of exiled to Palookaville. I was never put on MSNBC ever again. And a film that I had just come out with called How to Let Go of the World and Love All Things Climate Can't Change premiered on HBO during MSNBC's Climate Week, which was odd that they wouldn't put me on. I had conversations subsequently with other MSNBC staff who said that that there were definitely people, because of their affiliation with Bernie Sanders and because of their positions and ideology, that were not going to be put on the network anymore. And this was something really alarming to me. I spoke out about it and have not been invited onto that network since. I don't really care at this point because I don't really know that MSNBC is actually serving an audience that I don't know what they're doing, just to be honest. So when Ariana Picari resigned from MSNBC, I thought it was really important to talk about the state of the media and to talk about her concerns and what she thought were some of the important things to talk about going forward in terms of how do we process news and how do we get the news in America right now. I get the New York Times. I subscribe to the New York Times. The New York Times, 95% of the people who read the New York Times are liberals or progressives. They're people who identify as, I guess, on the left of the spectrum. That's amazing to me. The paper of record, right, that we call one of the standards of journalism in the world, the New York Times, primarily read by people on the left side of the aisle, very, very few people on the other side. Which is interesting, right? Because you think of certain news sources as being unbiased or in that tradition of journalism rather than opinion, and yet it seems to be facts and truth themselves have some kind of bias. So it's a fascinating topic of discussion because we don't have what used to be called the fairness doctrine, where you had 3 networks and they were obligated to sort of present both sides of an issue. And that was undone back in the 80s. But we're going to talk about all these issues in terms of the media and how do we process media with Ariana Picari, so stay tuned. Thanks. So, Ariana, it's great to see you again. Thanks for being on the program. I gave our audience a little bit of a background on how we met at my my show, The Truth Has Changed. in New York, which was, I don't know when that was. I think it was last year around. And I immediately sort of processed your voice and your urgency as someone who was telling the truth, someone who really didn't know what to do, and someone who was suffering at a place where you felt like you were in between, choosing between your soul and a job, which a lot of people sort of are in that position, right? It's not an unknown kind of dilemma, and you ended up choosing your soul and not the job, which is an extraordinary and brave and very uncommon thing to do. So, thank you for being with us. And maybe for people who haven't read your resignation letter, which went kind of viral with hundreds of thousands of people reading it online, and an appearance on Andrew Yang's podcast, tell us a bit about what you did and the context of that resignation at MSNBC.
I was a producer at MSNBC for Lawrence O'Donnell, The Last Word with Lawrence O'Donnell. And as you indicated, I've been concerned about editorial decisions for pretty much the whole time I was there. But the longer I was there, the more I grew to understand the extent that, for the most part, ratings really drove a lot of the decisions. I mean, some of it is ideological, but ratings really is kind of the primary driver behind a lot of editorial decisions. And I wasn't sure, you say it's a choice between my soul and a job. And it's a little bit more than that, because it's a job and like, where else are you going to go? And, you think that you're fighting the good fight inside the building, and, it's a struggle. Is it better for me to be here or someplace else? Or it's not something to be taken lightly. And I put a lot of thought into it. And so then once it was June, July, and these editorial decisions were affecting all of the crises we were facing at that point, from the pandemic to the George Floyd crisis to the presidential election. And I've been watching, the campaign, starting with the Democratic primaries, the issues, which I had also watched in 2016 with a lot of frustration. So once we were in the middle of those, but it was the kind of the pandemic and the George Floyd crisis, once we were in the middle of all of that, and I was like, they still aren't doing the right thing. They might try, but they always keep getting whiplashed back into their old habits. And once we were there, and I on a daily basis, I was extremely frustrated, and it was there were a lot of calls and editorial meetings and emails that weren't necessarily friendly, and it was at a point where I was like, I can't do this anymore, and I have to leave. And I wrote my resignation statement and kind of explained from a high level what my issues were. And the thing is, it's not just MSNBC, it's across the industry. So it's like, if I leave MSNBC and try to go someplace else, I'm going to be stuck with the same frustrations. I have friends who work at the network, at NBC, CBS, ABC. And so it really was it's not just a job, it's more of a choice of, okay, do I want to stay in this industry as it is, or step out of it and try to do something different? And I decided, okay, I don't know what I'm going to do or what form that's going to take. I'm going to step out and I'm going to write this little piece. I didn't think that anybody was going to pay attention to it because of all the other news that was happening, obviously. And I figured it would be like lost to the internet, but I at least wanted it to be there and exist, and as a document evidence of I'm moving on, and in the future I can point to it and say I left and this is why, and whatever I ended up doing going forward. So I was really, when I posted it, it went quote viral right away, and I got so much feedback, thousands of notes and emails between my website, which until then had about 2 followers, and then through Twitter and Facebook and Instagram, thousands of people reached out across the political spectrum, and they were, they're thankful, but also, said, we might not disagree on everything, but I appreciate coming out and explaining this. There's a sense that things aren't right, that things are broken, and that kind of helped explain it for a lot of people. And so I feel more hopeful now than I did before I left MSNBC. Still don't know exactly what's going to happen, but it was a heartening experience that there is a lot of support out there for people. There's a thirst and a hunger for really reliable, trustful information.
I think that's really true. I have to say, you're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm Josh Fox. I'm with Ariana Picari. We'll be right back. You're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm Josh Fox. I'm with Ariana Picari. She is a former producer for Lawrence O'Donnell and MSNBC, and she resigned in a very frank, honest, and I guess, I don't know, courageous way from MSNBC. And I would agree. I wouldn't single out MSNBC as being particularly bad. I think the problem is that when you have a Fox News with the Tucker Carlson who's being kind of racist on a nightly basis, you don't necessarily expect like standards of honor and practice to be coming across a right-wing station which prides itself on bigotry and prides itself on all sorts of other, weirdness. You would expect that from the left, right, from progressives, that there would be some sense of not only honor, but also an obligation to the truth, right? And an obligation to complexity. Because I think I would hope that complexity as a virtue of journalism, right, would come through. And so one of the things that you write in your statement is it's like that this system forces skilled journalists to make bad decisions on a daily basis. It makes good people do bad things. What's that attributable to in your view? I mean, before we get into any of the specifics, how does that work? Break it down for us.
Well, systematically, what happens is on a daily basis, I'll first go back and say regarding Fox, that's the standard most people are held to now, or they keep everybody's lowering the standards because what's happening there. But inside MSNBC and all the networks, what happens is we start planning the show early in the day, and everybody's looking at stories that they like or think will do well, and they kind of start planning. Our show was on from 10 to 11 o'clock, and so we would have plans lined up. Usually by about 2 o'clock, there was, a rough draft of the plan in place. And then what happens at 4 o'clock, or the ratings are released, and they're broken down by quarter hour. And they would often—
The ratings from the night before?
From the night before.
Okay.
And they would often regularly make changes based on those numbers that came out. So of course, going into it, they're best guessing what they think is going to rate well. If a certain topic has been rating well, there are times when they would leave, the lead segment open, to talk about Donald Trump, going back to 2015. We don't know what he's going to do, but we assume by 10 o'clock tonight, he's going to do something crazy, and that's what we're going to talk about. And so they would leave those segments open. But there were other times when we would have segments booked. I remember after the shooting in El Paso, we had a segment lined up with a good guest who we thought was a good guest, a senator, to discuss that shooting. And then the ratings came out at 4 o'clock, and they were trying to chase something that had done well on CNN the day before. And so they changed the rundown altogether. They ended up canceling the senator and the discussion about El Paso and the shooting to chase something that had been newsworthy the day before, and they were doing it in a not good way. And so that's kind of how that happens. And they were pretty blunt about it. It's like, this rated well yesterday, so this is what we're going to do.
I mean, I've experienced this before when I've gotten calls. Actually, I got a call one time from Larry O'Donnell's show saying, "Well, we went on it tonight," and then all of a sudden, like 2 hours later, it's like, "Nope, you're not on anymore."
There's breaking news.
Everybody experiences. Yeah, there's breaking news. Everybody experiences being bumped from time to time. And I don't want to get obsessed with my own particular case in this, but when you talk about I mean, of course I am a little obsessed about it, but like it took me, it was a very, very difficult decision to come out after what felt like 6 months of being blanked and said, nope, you're not coming on, to actually say, what is going on here? Like, what is happening? Like, and I was not in a place where I was a contributor. Like, I wasn't getting any money. I was there to promote ideas. I was there to promote sometimes my own films, but mostly there to talk about the environment, to talk about climate change, and to talk about fracking. And the minute fracking became the division between Bernie and Hillary, I was no longer on TV. That was it. We weren't going to cover fracking. It was gone. I was done. It was over. And I was talked to by one senior producer at MSNBC who told me in no uncertain terms that even though she was pleading for me to come back on, that I was not going to come back on, no matter what. And that felt like an ideological decision, not just a content-based or a ratings-based. I mean, obviously, the segments that I had done on Chris Hayes were doing very well, both online and I'm assuming, I mean, I don't know what the ratings are in terms of TV. But talk about the ideological concerns there, because you brought that up. You said that some of these decisions were not just in terms of chasing like the if it bleeds, it leads, which has been true since Cary Grant was in His Girl Friday, when they're all chasing down the murderer and they're trying to get the lead story. Talk about the ideological problem, though, here, because I think that's one of the reasons why people get so upset about this, that there are ideological constraints at what seems to be the most progressive option in mainstream cable news.
Well, that plays out in a lot of different ways. And I will say, with you in particular, I never heard anything that, oh, we're not allowed to have Josh Fox on, or we're not going to cover that. But I do know that there are some things that are kind of built in and baked in. In 2016, I know we requested Bernie Sanders a number of times and he never came on. And I don't know how to explain that. I don't know if there's some history there between he and Lawrence. Lawrence worked in the Senate a long time ago, but I don't know if there's some personal history there that prevented that. But I do know that that whole way, the Democratic primary process in 2016 was, I'll just say it was terribly shortchanged in general. And I can say in general, decisions being made are not journalistic, they're not ethical, and they're not democratic, and it hurts the process overall. And any show has the right to take on, kind of do what they want to do. I think the host generally has, the last say on things. But I think that there's a lack of transparency in terms of why decisions are being made, and that's one of my problems.
But speak about the ideological concerns that you brought up. I think because this is what you wrote. In terms of specifically ideology, I'm all for. I completely understand that everyone has dominion over their own particular show. Although, I mean, there do seem to be network executives that are above the heads of hosts, and that's what's told to me. I'm not suggesting the Larry O'Donnell programs, as I'm very rarely on that program. But I want to know, like, in terms of what you're saying, ideologically speaking, what were things that were more difficult to get across than others?
There were certain topics that we wouldn't take up. And there were a range of reasons for it. Lawrence, in particular, is not into environmental stories. You just won't see it like you will on Chris Hayes' show. And in terms of, who gets attention or who gets time on the show, part of it is driven by personal ideology, and then part of it is driven by who is an intriguing character who, so essentially who they think will rate well. So like there's a lot of excitement around Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, AOC. She's kind of, a good get. And they, as soon as she won her primary, they were, really wanted to pursue her and get her on the show. In lieu of her being on the show, they aren't necessarily going to cover those topics. So, they might say, invite her on to talk about the Green New Deal because they want AOC. But if she isn't on the show, then they aren't necessarily going to talk about that, if that makes sense. So it's, and then if there's ever like a, if there's kind of a video from a hearing that goes viral, they're going to, play that up because it's getting a lot of attention and it's getting a lot of reaction from people. And so they're going to, work off of that, but they aren't necessarily going to have a policy discussion that, about whatever that issue is, kind of the underlying policies. Wow. They're not going to want to discuss that. And so from my perspective, it's just I don't want to say a dumbing down, but it's, there's no hunger based on, the way that the financial structure is and the ratings work. There isn't a hunger to approach things fairly. And that sense of journalistic ethics is just, it's not, I don't want to say that they're not ethical, but that's not their job.
Okay, I see. Let's talk about that in a second. I have to say, you're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm with Ariana Picari. We'll be right back. You're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm with Ariana Picari. We're talking about how decisions get made in the news media. So let's talk about that. You're talking about complexity, and it seems like you're talking about how things are made. Are we choosing to cover topics in depth because they're newsworthy, or are we choosing to cover things in a superficial way because they're sort of like, exciting, or they will rate well, or however you want to put it? I love Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I think she should be on the TV all the time. But I also love Rashida Tlaib. I love Ilhan Omar. I love Jamal Bauman. I love a lot of the people who have the same values who aren't getting quite as much airtime. But let's talk a little bit just about the form of cable news itself. Because it is a form, and when you do a lot of it, which I did a lot of it, that you have 4 to 5 minutes, that you're going to get 3 or 4ur questions.
Maybe 4 to 5 minutes.
Well,
for you,
I
yes.
always thought I stretched it sometimes, but I would have to get in as much I possibly could in one answer,
right?
To try to squeeze in as much information in 4 to 5 minutes, right, on topics that are like world-changing, like the death of the planet. Like, let's talk about climate change, but let's only talk about it for 4 minutes. It's really, really hard to do. It's a skill that you have to develop. But the form itself, right, is like you're filling the space between commercials. How does the form, where you get like just this tiny bit of time, in between like ads for Shell, Chevron, and Exxon, how is that itself a huge problem? That's something we're trying to break on this show. We break on all sorts of shows, right? How's that form of a problem?
I came from a show. It was a public radio show, and we were producing mostly hour-long interviews. And obviously there are no commercials, so it's it was a full 57 minutes of content.
What show was that?
It was the Bob Edwards show that was produced out of Sirius XM. I was there for about 7 years. And so I went from that, and I had been a contributing producer to Alec Baldwin's podcast, which is a similar format, kind of a long form interviews.
I love Alec Baldwin. I was on it. I loved that was one of my favorite interviews I ever did.
And it's great. I think those programs and those podcasts that all exist because there is a hunger for that. And the reason why I got hired at MSNBC is because he started a show at MSNBC, and it was supposed to be based on the podcast. And so for me, it was this, massive culture shock. His show ended up getting canceled after 5 weeks.
I remember, yeah.
I panicked and was like, I need a job because I just moved to New York and I had a new lease. And so I I got hired on Lawrence's show, and kind of tried to make the most of it right away. And it was really difficult for me to go to those shorter segments. And I didn't think that we were like, you lose out a lot, right? If you're trying to jam a big topic into a short segment. And so at some point I said, why, would you ever consider doing a single topic over 2 segments, which might expand talk time from, 6 or 7 minutes between a couple of guests to, 12 minutes across, 2 segments. And it was, oh God, no, they, we don't do that. They are afraid they're going to lose the audience. And it was mind boggling because I was like, I don't think you're going to lose the audience. Like, I think that humans are naturally curious. And so if you're teaching them something that they don't already know, they will keep listening, whether they want to or not. And that's one of, like public radio has these driveway.
Because there were these amazing shows on Saturdays. Chris Hayes' show started off on Saturday morning, and then it was all in, right? And we had a panel discussions and lots of talking. And then we also had Melissa Harris Perry, who was brilliant, right? Well, I loved being on her show because there were roundtables with people I didn't always agree with, and you had intelligent conversations. And you did feel like you were kind of hanging out on somebody's porch talking at a very high level. And then that all sort of just started to go away. And it feels like it's getting to be faster and faster and faster, almost like a police blotter, like you're on like a daily news, or like the New York Post, rather than something that has some sort of depth. What do you think this is doing to the average viewer? What do you think this is doing to our national discourse?
Oh, it's terrible. And I think it's a sort of thing that people don't, they're kind of programmed to the programming at this point, and so they kind of, if you watch a segment, like I remember I would be in the control room, and if someone's answer started to go too long, and like if it was more than a minute, they would say, wrap the guest, their answers are going too long. And I'm like, no, this person is still completing their thought. It's let them finish their thought. And it's like, and it's something that it prevents any sense of context or nuance. If someone goes down on a tangent that is relevant to the discussion, but it's getting away from kind of the red meat that they wanted to focus on, the audience loses out on all of that. And what happens is, the cable news audience is not that big, right? So in the, depending on when and where.
This is something that people need to know. The cable news audience is not that big. It seems like it's enormous, right?
Right.
But talk about
certain people. Well, we would be scrapping, and that's what was also part of my frustration, in the demo, which is kind of the number that they pay attention to, a typical night, kind of before Trump craziness would be, 250,000 in the demo.
Right.
The numbers have gone up as, the crazy.
Does that mean watching the entire program or just watching a piece of the program?
That would be for the hour. The numbers go up and down through the hour, but let's say that's the average for the hour. And in the demo, it can go anywhere from like 1 million to 2 million. So that's sizable for the total audience. But in the grand scheme of things, there are 300 million Americans, and if you compare cable news to network news, the audiences are a lot smaller there. And where are we going with this?
Well, you were talking about how you're afraid they're going to lose their audience if things go long. I've had the experience of being on one of those shows where you have an earpiece, and all of a sudden I have a producer in my ear, and I'm not the host. I'm just the guest, and they're saying, rap, rap, rap. You're sitting here trying to complete your thought while you're on live television, and people are in your ear telling you to shut up. It's a really wild experience,
So what happens is that that they'll pull the clips that they think are that will get the most attention. They post that online, and then that gets circulated. So they're like, even though that live audience at the time might not be huge, it ends up having a lot of influence. And it also has influence because, you know, politicos tend to watch the political news shows. They're going to be watching MSNBC. Sure. They're going to be talking, you know, that starts the chatter. People on Capitol Hill tend to watch cable news. That's all they watch. And so it has an effect on them. But we've gotten to the point now where we're living in these parallel universes, and you can't have a conversation with family members who you otherwise love. I mean, you might disagree with them, but I've personally had conversations with people where I'm like, I can't continue this conversation anymore. I have to like either hang up the phone or leave the room. And like, it makes me feel badly when I feel that way. But something about the cable news environment where the left keeps get pushed further and further to the left, and the right keeps getting pushed further and further to the right. There's like, and it's all driven largely by ratings. You know, division and hate is profitable. So, you know, a lot of the programming is negative on MSNBC, and that has a real damaging effect on all of us. So even if you're not watching it every day, it has an effect on you and our relationships. And
because so many people are fighting out in their living rooms and Thanksgiving dinner tables because they've heard a soundbite on either MSNBC or they heard it on Fox, and then it becomes sort of your golden tidbit that you're going to use to bludgeon your uncle with. And so it's having a negative impact on the national dialogue. And I can't tell you how many times, well, first of all, I have to say, you're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm Josh Fox. I'm with Ariana Picari. We'll be right back. You're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm Josh Fox. I'm with Ariana Picari, who has done an amazing thing and leaving a network television job and speaking out about how news gets made. I can't tell you how many times, because I'm a journalist myself, and I'm trying to get people to cover climate change, right? Not so easy to do. And the reporter will pull me aside and say, well, I'm going to try. I'll do my best. You know, do they really want to cover a story? And they're in the way of this. And I've had people come across and say, look, Donald Trump to the New York Times is an ATM. Mm-hmm. Donald Trump is getting us to sell papers, right? Yeah. I had a producer at MSNBC, to remain nameless, who said, listen, if Hillary Clinton, this is right after the 2016 election, pulled me aside and said, listen, if Hillary Clinton had won, we'd have all been fired. Mm-hmm. Because the idea was, now we're not the opposition channel anymore. Right. They
did let some people go. Like, that was the plan.
I was like, if Hillary had won, meaning we're no longer. I mean, that hurt a lot, because I've said, be careful what you say, because maybe MSNBC is rooting for Trump. CNN certainly was rooting for Trump in 2016, right? And so you get to worry about the ethics here. You reported in your letter, speaking of ethics, there was one producer, a TV veteran, who said, we are a cancer and there is no cure. If you could find a cure, it would change the world. What was that person saying?
Well, as I said, I started, I wanted to try to work on this in one way or the other, starting a couple of years ago. And I started having conversations with people, and it's not the type of conversation that you could have in the open. And so this particular person is someone who's been in the industry a long time, and is a known person. And I wanted to know what they thought of, I have these concerns. Are my concerns legitimate? And these are some things that I kind of want to think about doing. And the response was, there's nothing you can do. This is just how it is. And I said, but isn't there, can't we, maybe do some sort of a hybrid between what public TV and public radio are doing and what we're doing? Isn't there something? And that's when the response came back: we are a cancer. And the rest
There
of
is
the
no
line.
cure.
There is no cure. But if you could find a cure, it would save the world. So it was, in some ways, it was like, that was a validation that and it was coming from someone who I know knows, and is aware. And that's kind of the tragedy of all of this, that it's, and again, it's watching good people make bad decisions. And I think that was telling to me, because it was, you're on the right track, and I'm not going to discourage you from pursuing this. And it was almost like, please do something to fix this. That's kind of how I took it.
Well, I mean, it's, there have been incredible films about this subject. Network, one of the greatest movies of all time, when an anchor yells out the window, I'm out of time, I'm not taking it anymore. Or broadcast news, where Holly Hunter is like crying every single day. And, it's the most deceitful people that get ahead in the business and so forth. What has been the reaction? And where do you want to see this go? In terms of your future plans, or what are you trying? I mean, obviously, when you did this, you were stepping off a cliff, right? Into a place where maybe you weren't going to get a job in this type of media before. Again, who knows, right? Mm-hmm. Or maybe you'd be rewarded for bravery. You just don't know in this case. Mm-hmm. Where do you want to see it go? And what has the response been that's been encouraging?
The response has been, it was overwhelming. And again, it was, across the spectrum, but I heard from, professors, academics, former producers. Some of my colleagues at MSNBC reached out and said, thank you for doing this, and kind of cheered me on. One person who is currently in the building tweeted about it, and I thought that was really impressive. Ali Velshi tweeted my piece and said,
surprisingly, the only person from MSNBC who's also been on this show, Ali Velshi.
Right. Yeah. He said, it's a thoughtful piece that everybody, serious journalists should consider. And so to me, that was the bravest one, because he's still in the building, and for him to say something publicly. And I have since been talking to people on background, as I kind of I'm kind of doing some preliminary research on my own, just to figure out, what do you think about what I had to say? Obviously, it's not a new problem, and these are some of the ideas I have going forward. And I have had a lot of those conversations, and I think, what I'm thinking is out of the box. And so some people are like, I don't know if that's going to work, because, there are institutions working against you. But the goals, people are there. They're like, we support what you're trying to do. And so from my perspective, I think that there are things that need to be done kind of on across the media landscape. And in my mind, there are things that can and should be done on the commercial side. I haven't figured out exactly what those are, but kind of one of my goals is to work forward on that. People bring up the fairness doctrine as something. I don't know that that's the right answer, but some way to kind of, I don't want to say rein in, but make the commercial side accountable in some way. And the reason why I say that is because I worked both in public radio for a long time and then on the commercial side. And I would say that in general, the people in both industries have the same values and the same journalistic values. They know what they're doing. But the end product looks so vastly different, and it's driven primarily by the need to rate. So knowing that and seeing it and living it day in and day out, I really think that there is something we can and should do. My nail technician has to have a license. Like, people can produce the news and don't have to meet any standards. And so I think there is something that we can do on that side. And then on the public side, I think that we can find a way to improve it and enlarge it and make it more relevant, so that it then especially on the public TV side, because right now there's only an hour of news, every day. And that's not, people don't have any place else to go if you want to turn on your TV to see what's
So
happening.
you think of a public option in a way, right? Like public television being something. I mean, the fairness doctrine is exploited all the time right now by like people who just lie.
It's a loaded term, so
right?
it's not.
I mean, if you're forced to present both sides, and one side is science, and the other side is the fossil fuel industry, you know how that is going to go, right? That's like the fossil fuel industry is going to come out and say there's no climate change, and there you're complicit in misleading people, right? But there is a vision, and we only have a couple minutes left. Even on this program, we have limits. About a different type of complexity, it seems like, is one of the major things that you're campaigning for. Are there structures that you think exist now, in 2 minutes, that are exemplars that you would hold up, that people could say, this I'm getting my news from, and that's working for me?
Exemplars, I mean, I would have to probably personally point to the public media side.
Like NPR.
NPR, yeah. I still find myself yelling at the radio, so I think that there are changes that could be made on the public side, because my first job was working with the ombudsman, so I know why they do and say certain things. But yeah, and I think the news hour is great, but there's only again 1 hour of it a day, and so I think that if there were to be a public affairs channel dedicated to documentaries and public affairs programming, in addition to providing some news, whether it's a newscast at the top of the hour or a morning program and an evening program, I think there is a need and a hunger for that.
I agree.
And then there are lots of great podcasts and nonprofit. There's ProPublica and other organizations they're doing amazing work, but the industry is so fractured. So I really think that there needs to be some, I don't want to say a network, but some place where people know to go and they can trust it. And then, say this public channel featured ProPublica programming, or, any of these other, outlets that are doing really wonderful work. There's a place, and people know, and like, okay, I know what that is, and my relatives who otherwise aren't the most savvy news-wise, they know to go there.
I really want to help this vision forward, and I mean that's sort of all the time we have right now. But I love what you're saying, and please keep us posted, and we'll follow up on this for sure. And it's ArianaPicari.net. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ariana.
Thanks for having me.
I really appreciate it. This has been Staying Home, your guide to the Green New Deal. We'll see you tomorrow.
I'll predict right here for you, Chris. I think Donald Trump will leave office before his term is up. He'll be humiliated, embarrassed, and I know him. He's not going to want to lose, and he's going to run for the hills.
You got that bet all day long.
Okay, let's get after it. Now, so look, Jake has made some good predictions, and this is in good fun. I could not disagree more.
There's a little bromance between the two of them. You got that bet all day long, Janky, you. Oh, you stop. In the meantime, let's call him out on the damage.
No, but
I just got a Roku set. Did basically a little bit of channel surfing, and I was like, there we are. Yeah. There we are. And then I turned it on, and it was John and Brett on Damage Report making fun of me.
Oh, no.
So you are so busted. I even took a picture of it, okay? And they're talking about my predictions. I got a new prediction for you, John Idarola.
You're doing a show that's blowing the doors off everybody.
Young Turks is the largest online news network, not a big deal. We're gonna rock the boat. We're gonna be counter-establishment. We're gonna tell people the truth to the best of our abilities. We're so sick of this corruption. We're not the robots on TV. I actually care about the news. Guilty.
guilty, I care. Fourth day on Occupy Wall Street. Last night we launched Wolfpack.
It's us pushing our ideas out there, trying to help the country in every way that we can, trying to make this place just a little bit better.
Reporting from the Hillary-Bernie debate. I gotta be honest, you know what we do, we cover it for real.
For us, this system isn't working.
Free and fair elections.
And when he told the cops that day, when they came to drag her away, and he said, if you're gonna chain her, you're gonna chain me. If you're gonna arrest her, you're gonna arrest me.
Hi, I'm Bartholomew Joseph Kyle. I do audio for the main show, The Young Turks. I also do audio for Post Game. I started in 2006. I met Cenk Uygur at the Iraq for Sale screening that was directed by Robert Greenwald. And watching that, I want to figure out a way to be part of something that's genuine and authentic.
Welcome into TYT, The Conversation. I am your host, Adrienne Lawrence, and I am joined by some incredible individuals. First off, it's Mustafa Tamiz, Democratic strategist who's worked on both sides of the aisle. This is the former consultant for the Department of Homeland Security, who was also named one of the top 5 political players to watch by Texas Monthly Magazine. Thank you for joining us, Mustafa.
Thanks for having me.
Now, Mustafa, not far from Texas is Georgia, which is slated to have its runoff election on January 5th, although early voting has kicked off, which is great. But the thing that is just so jarring right now is the fact that the stakes are so high, as who's going to control the Senate is up in, limbo. So what really resonates with you most about this race?
Well, look, Vice President Biden, now actually President-elect Biden, won Georgia by 13,000 votes. Very, very slim margin. So this race is critical. And if Democrats pick up both Senate seats, they would tie for any kind of a Senate vote with our new Vice President, Kamala Harris, breaking the tie. So we are a divided nation. In order to bring back some sanity to our politics, we need the United States Senate, and Georgia is basically all eyes are on it right now.
Yeah, indeed. As you mentioned, the Senate right now, it stands at 50 Republicans, 48 Democrats. And if the Dems win both runoffs, the party will hold control of the Senate, which is awesome because we have VP-elect Kamala Harris to go ahead and break that. But if Republicans win one of the 2 races, they stay in power. And now one of the 2 races, we have Republican Senator David Perdue running for re-election. And so kind of how is he really hitting in terms of the Georgia electorate?
Well, look, David Perdue's had a lot of issues this year, starting with his very odd scandal of his investments. While the rest of us didn't know about COVID, David Perdue and his Kelly Loeffler, his Senate junior senator, both knew about it. They started to making financial investments, moving money away from hospitality investments that they had to try to profit from COVID-19. And it's just sad that we have leadership like that at this kind of important time in our country when we should be coming together to deal with COVID-19. They've launched a Scorch Earth campaign. Republicans and Democrats combined will spend close to $500 million in this runoff. But what concerns me is that 60% of that fundraising is Republican. So they have a lead in the amount of money they're spending, putting out false ad, a lot of misinformation. And so I'm working on the Blue Turnout Project in Georgia to try to mobilize all Georgians, but really our focus is Asian Americans and Latinos, which are really the margin that we need in order to be successful in Georgia.
Wow. So talk to me a little bit more, because I don't think that this has really come to fruition and also has been at the top of the discussion topics in terms of the Asian American and the Latino vote. So tell me a little bit more about that in terms of Georgia.
Well, look, across the South, we've just seen this phenomenal demographic shift. Georgia is moved in large part because of the great work with Stacey Abrams and in the African American community, which is about 30% of Georgia. It's an important and significant move that's happened. What we need, though, in order to win, as I mentioned earlier, President-elect Biden won Georgia by just 13,000 votes. Just think about that, 13,000 votes. So in order for us to be successful in this runoff, we have to mobilize all of that Democratic coalition. And a big part of that are Asian Americans and people that come from Latin descent, not just from Mexico, but also from Puerto Rico. After the hurricanes that we saw, last year, a large part of the Puerto Rican population has moved into Georgia. They're new occupants in Georgia, new residents, but they're citizens, they registered to vote, and many of them were really the backbone in winning in Georgia by that 13,000 slim margin. So we need to get back to those constituency and rally them and get them back out.
Absolutely. And when you say 13,000, all I can think is, wow, that's only just a few high schools. Like, that is not such a huge margin. And so it really speaks to the power and the impact that comes with the demographic itself. So kind of, I guess, in what ways do you think that you can mobilize these groups more to let them know that their needs will be met if they vote for these Democratic candidates?
Well, one, we have to have a focus. In order to be successful, someone's got to be working on those. And so we've talked to a lot of coalition leaders in both communities in Georgia. We are fundraising online. We're putting out digital ads. We're supporting on-the-ground efforts in getting people out to vote. Because if you think about this, for most Americans, in January, the election just happened in November. The fact that another election is happening in Georgia just seems very odd. And so there's a whole lot of awareness that has to be done. But at the same time, we have to remind people that the future of our nation, cannot be held hostage by Mitch McConnell. And the only way to change that logjam, only way to have a real meaningful funding for COVID-19 and healthcare, to really bring back our nation and change the norms of what they used to be, the United States Senate is going to have to move, and Georgia's the place to do it.
Yes, and I know a lot of us are in very tense places right now, just hoping that the Senate moves, because then we can make real significant change. And I'd like to move on to that other Republican candidate whose name you did mention, but whose name I generally prefer not to even reference, but Senator Kelly Loeffler. I know she faces Democrat Raphael Warnock in this special election. And so can you tell me, what is the strategy in place to kind of boot her out of her position?
Well, we were talking about Purdue earlier, and we talked about the scandal. How ironic that both senators from Georgia are having a similar outlook in life, where they're trying to protect their pocketbook, trying to profit of an epic proportion American catastrophe, which is the pandemic. And so both of them have just, there's a partisan element to this. I'm a Democrat, I support Democrats. I want Democrats to win. But if you just step away from the partisan element, it just shakes you to your roots to think that the leaders that in the United States Senate would use the information they've learned about what's happening with the pandemic to profit for themselves. And at the same time, neither one has led on the issues of vaccination. Neither one is out there trying to bring us together. They continue to be divisive. They continue to, put out information against both of the Democratic candidates, just untrue.
Yeah, and it's also really impactful for me that Loeffler, I know her roots are kind of in Illinois, and it's great that she co-owns the Atlanta Dream. And I say that's great in terms of it's good to own a women's basketball team, but at the same time, is there any kind of, real realization among those voters in Georgia, the fact that she's not really invested in Georgia, and Georgia's just another stock opportunity for her?
Yeah, well, you hit it right on the nail on the head, right? It literally is a stock opportunity for her. She's used her Senate seat to profit. Her and her husband have made millions of dollars. And yes, you're absolutely right. Owning a women's team is important, but again, she is not from there. She doesn't have the heart for Georgians. She doesn't see a common future for all Georgians, and she needs to be voted out. And what it's going to take to get her out is not just Democrats and progressives in Georgia, but we're also going to need the entire country to rally around that. Call your friends that are in Georgia. Call your family members. Contribute to the Blue Turnout Project or anything else that is working out there. It's going to take all of us to move this nation, and right now Georgia is a place to really focus on.
Absolutely, and it is where we were all focusing on right now. Because hey, the next 4 years can either be a struggle or be relatively stress-free in terms of taking care of our nation and those who are in need the most. And so we only have a few minutes left, but I really wanted to ask you, what are people not seeing? What is being missed right now in this whole news cycle that you really want to elevate?
Well, what's going on, today was the third day of early voting in Georgia. We're not seeing the kind of turnout numbers that we saw in the general election. And I think that, we're talking about the vaccine, which is a very important conversation to have. We're getting into the holiday season. They're going to suspend early voting just for Christmas, but then they're going to restart the early voting. We're seeing a lot of problems at the polls. We have a county that put in half the number of polling locations than they did in the general election. We have another county that actually put out enough voting locations, but it's taking people 2 hours to vote, even though there's so few people voting. So there's a lot of voting irregularities that concern us. The amount of money that Republicans are spending is a big concern. But at the end of the day, the American future is so important that all of us have to do everything we can. And right now it's Georgia.
Thank you, Mustafa Tamiz. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
We are on to something that is going to be amazing, but what we need is your help.
The number one problem is there's too much power in too few hands.
Every single problem that we have can be traced back to dark money.
They take large donors, they serve large donors.
So these handful of gatekeepers try to dictate everything.
Like all of you already know, they don't work for you, they work for their donors. So fire them and hire people who will only work for you that say no corporate PAC money.
We are going to change the way we elect candidates in this country.
Uncorrupted Democrats. We're going to fight for the issues and win on policy.
This is incredibly personal. We need free health care for everyone.
We're fighting for $15 minimum wage, single-payer health care, debt-free college, and we are going to get money out of politics once and for all.
I've taken a public pledge not to accept any corporate money.
Because the last thing we're going to do is go into another presidential election and run a corporatist against a populist candidate.
At some point, the buck needs to stop, and it's gonna stop with us. It's gonna stop with Justice Democrats.
So who are we?
People who do not take corporate PAC money.
We're relying on small donors.
99.9% of our contributions came from people.
You're a Justice Democrat, so you don't take any corporate PAC money.
I'm not influenced by money.
As a Justice Democrat, I made that pledge.
Not a betting. Absolutely no.
I will go to Congress unbossed and unbought.
We try to create a government which works for all of us.
That is what America's about, and that's what a representative democracy should be about.
We are just getting warmed up here.
Vote for uncorrupted Democrats. The fight starts now, it starts today, and it starts with you.
I've been honest with him. Like, yeah, I was upset with you and I shouldn't have done it. But instead I was like, I'm just trying to protect my engagement ring.
Did you know that more than 20% of the world's oxygen comes from the Amazon? Why? Because of trees. I know what you're thinking. Of course! So what do we want to do? We want to plant more trees so we can save the climate. It's quite literal. So that's what leads to our new partner, Plant Your Change. Love it. It's so easy. What they do is you take the credit or debit cards you already have and you plug it into the system. And if you so choose, you get to round up every purchase to the nearest dollar and they plant a tree for you. Okay. Now you could also choose if you want to do it on only certain kinds of purchases or only so often, right? And there's nothing wrong with that. But literally every cent makes a difference here. It's Plant Your Change. And if you want to know more information, just go to tyt.com/trees. Let's go save the planet together.
Hey Georgia, we're not done yet. I'm Dr. Lena Hamilton, poet and educator out of Atlanta, Georgia. And I've got a message for you. You, yes you. If you're gonna be 18 by January 5th, it's time to register to vote. You have until December 7th. We have an important race coming in the Senate runoff, and we need your vote. So get out, get registered, and let's get voting.
Today, a terrible day for the internet, a terrible day for America. The internet as we know it is not going to exist anymore.
A real dark day for information and yet another way that they're bleeding out the democracy.
We're now going to have these gatekeepers of information deciding what we can and can't see, and that's what scares me the most.
Whether you're conservative or progressive or anywhere in the middle, this is the one thing we should all agree to. Protect the internet, because the establishment is coming for it. Don't let them destroy the internet.
Welcome back to the conversation. I'm Adrienne Lawrence, and right now I am joined by Yannick Giovanni Marshall, Assistant Professor of Africana Studies at Knox College. He completed his doctorate at Columbia University's Middle East, South Asia, and African Studies Department with a focus on African studies. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Marshall.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yes, and so it's my understanding you have a few things to say about Obama's comments in terms of defund the police. Educate us, please.
I don't like them. I'm not a fan of efforts to minimize, distract from, and take away from the revolutionary or radical efforts of people on the ground in general, especially if it's from the commander-in-chief of an imperialist state. Or pretty much anyone, actually. It doesn't really matter who it is. It's just that in the interests of keeping Black people alive and free from the harassment of settler colonial policing, it is in all of our interests to do away with the political celebrity influencers that try to minimize our cause.
Absolutely. So I can understand this to a certain extent. I think that Obama's comments were a little bit focused more on kind of the superficial as opposed to the message itself. So I had issue with that, but I also kind of in part take issue with people who criticize Obama just because I don't think the criticism's necessarily fair on the scale in terms of which presidents get criticized. But I know you have a deeper understanding of the oppression from imperialist mindset. So please share more with us. Where does it come from that Obama wants to focus more on the use of the language of defund the police?
I think, and he clarified his comments in another interview. He said that at some point it's important to be able to assuage the fears of white folk that might think Black people will be running out of control. And so the primary audience of the comments seemed to be white folk, whatever that means. And for me, that doesn't seem to be the most important focus of a movement that is trying to end the arbitrary and discriminatory practices of the settler colonial institution that is the police. And so, yes, I do understand that as Black people in general, they have a target on their back, including the president, the former president. But that is not my chief concern, because if the problem is having targets on our back unfairly, then I don't want to contribute to the special privileging of the administrator of our oppression. Because he has decided to take that post, that's on him, that's his own politics, that's his own belief. But I'm not going to contribute to the idea that he is the only one that deserves to be treated unfairly, especially if his work is the maintenance of our continued oppression.
Now, I don't necessarily, I'm not that intimately familiar with the comments Obama made specifically on this issue, so I cannot refute or affirm essentially the recantation that you provided. But I can say that I completely agree with you otherwise, without question. The thought that we as Black people need to assuage white fear that is founded in unfortunate stereotype and ignorance is not necessarily what I'm here to live my life for. And especially when the fact that we do have targets on our backs. And so can you talk a little bit about, given your background as a professor, kind of the imperialism and policing and how it intersects to hold us down as people of color?
Well, the U.S. country or colony is not as unique as it might advertise itself to be. Settler colonial institutions, especially ones that organize themselves around the philosophy and politics of white supremacy, whether that be in South Africa, whether that be in Israel, whether that be in former Rhodesia, they generally have a tendency to target the native population, whether that be an indigenous or the native African population, to give them a life that is full of extra violence, that is extra exploitation and imprisoning, extra forms of discipline. That is just the general technique of white supremacist settler colonialism. So even though America has found its way to normalize this condition of white supremacist settler colonialism and called itself a country, and so separate from a place like apartheid South Africa, you will, if you were to take a nuanced, sober, and objective view, see a number of similarities between, say, the redlining in Chicago and the reservation or Bantustan systems in South Africa, in the frequency of police shootings in Johannesburg, in apartheid South Africa, and what's happening in Detroit, what's happening in Wisconsin, elsewhere, and the vigilante, or basically the white militia force that is also in support of the police, whether that be the Proud Boys in America or the auxiliary forces in pretty much any white supremacist colony in the world, but especially in South Africa. So America seems to consider itself exceptional, but it's actually pretty much par for the course in terms of settler colonial white supremacy.
Yeah, no, that sounds absolutely accurate. And it's interesting because the things you've just described really suggest that they're all playing by the same playbook, but they may be in a different time zone or hemisphere. Yet America has this ideology and continues to reinforce it, the thought that we are so exceptional and unique, when we just like to dumb it down and to have a certain subset of our demographic essentially operate under lies, which is unfortunate. And so in terms of your studies and your education, can you please share with us kind of what you think America needs to do to get right?
Well, I am very pessimistic about the prospects of colonialism to kind of redeem itself into something that is equitable. I think that colonialism in general is a process of creating inequalities. So I don't know that America can right itself, because America in itself, the institution of America, is the dispossession of indigenous peoples. So it will be like asking what type of theft would be fair. I don't see, I think inside of it, it kind of presumes injustice in its definition. So the question is not so much about what kind of national forces can be marshaled in order to do something useful for people, but what other orders of human relations can exist beyond states, especially settler colonial states. What forms of being, what forms of imaginaries of the future can exist that do not depend on the original dispossession of indigenous and the exploitation of Black people. Once we start thinking of that as possible and natural, and the only future that is sustainable for a number of reasons, including the destruction of the climate, etc. Once we think of that, those new orders as possible, then I think we have a chance of doing something worthwhile. Other than that, trying to scrub the racism of a clanhood is not really going to free anybody.
Well, and the thing is, I neither agree or disagree with you, because I agree with you in terms of being pessimistic, just for the virtue of the fact that we've essentially existed under these systems for hundreds of years. And this is just largely how it's worked, but it doesn't make it right, nor does it make it productive if we look for GDP and ways in which we can truly be a society that is functioning. But in terms of making it better, and specifically as it concerns policing, what do you think could be done?
I love phrases like defund the police. I think the richer an abusive institution or abusive person becomes, the more opportunity that person or institution has to be able to continue their abuse, especially continue their abuse with impunity or unchecked. I love the idea of abolishing the police, to consider a world of free from punitive orders, and a world where the destruction of bodies, of time, of lives, both on the side of what is considered crime and the side of what's considered criminal, has an entirely different or revolutionary way of ordering itself. That would be useful as well. But I'm personally an anti-colonialist. I don't see any, like, it doesn't begin with me to say, okay, well, how does the colony get better? That's not something that makes sense to me, because it would be asking me, like, how can apartheid be reformed? For me, apartheid is the problem. There's no better apartheid. You can't make it better. You can't rinse it. You can't do anything about it. And so the apartheid, the imperialism, the colonialism that is the United States. I mean, I don't really believe that the United States is a country. I believe that countries are placed upon institutions, and these institutions themselves continuously create oppression. But these oppressions are normalized because we start calling them countries and start loving mountains and rivers and skies, when really what we're loving is the ability for the settler colonialists to continue oppression. That's a whole other story for another day. But basically, colonialism in itself does not have a function of redeeming itself. Or you would find in all of the colonies in the world, there was happy and wonderful natives smiling and laughing with their colonizers. That was never the case, not even rarely the case. That was never the case. And so I don't feel that there should be hope for it here.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
To those who can hear me, I say, do not despair. The hate of men will pass, and dictators die. And the power they took from the people will return to the people. You have the love of humanity in your hearts. You don't hate, only the unloved hate. The unloved and the unnatural. You, the people, have the power to create happiness. You, the people, have the power to make this life free and beautiful, to make this life a wonderful adventure. Let us use that power. Let us fight for a new world. A decent world that will give youth a future and old age a security. By the promise of these things, brutes have risen to power, but they lie. They do not fulfill that promise. They never will. Dictators free themselves, but they enslave the people. Now let us fight to fulfill that promise. Let us fight to free the world, to do away with greed. Let us fight for a world of reason. In the name of democracy, let us all unite.
President and First Lady Melania Trump making their way inside. The chanting you heard, vote him out.
Welcome to the Young Turks. Cenk Uygur, Anna Kasparian with you guys. We got tons and tons of shows for you guys. So Republicans got one last trick in their bag of tricks to try to steal the election for Donald Trump. We'll get to that. There is talk in the Democratic Party now of kissing Republican ass on several different occasions. Suffice it to say that we will disagree. That is not a good strategy, but it is a very important and depressing turn because I don't think Joe Biden has learned anything at all. So we'll talk about that later in the show. All right, lots to get to. Let's do it. Let's get started, Casper.
All right. Well, we're going to start off with a little bit of foreign policy because Nikki Haley has written an op-ed, and it's a doozy. So, in a new opinion piece for the Washington Post, former UN ambassador under Donald Trump, Nikki Haley, is urging the incoming Biden administration to adopt some of Donald Trump's foreign policy ideas, right? Now, he wasn't able to carry out anything that he actually wanted to carry out other than the more damaging policies. However, Nikki Haley isn't talking about pulling troops out of Iraq and Afghanistan, something that we actually agreed with Donald Trump on. No, she wants to have Biden carry out, or at least continue, the escalation of war with China. And unfortunately, based on what we've heard from Biden in response to China, she might just get what she wants on that end. So why don't we start with China, then we'll go on to other foreign policy issues. She writes this: Biden is sure to feel strong partisan pressure to reject most, if not all, of Trump's foreign policy. That would be a mistake. Sweeping away the achievements and strategies of the past 4 years would endanger American safety and interests. Now, she doesn't really get too specific about the so-called achievements and strategies, because really when it comes to foreign policy, Trump hasn't succeeded in anything, even when his instincts were right, like with pulling troops out of Iraq and Afghanistan. But let's get back to China. She wants Biden to continue ramping up tensions with China. She writes, first, Biden should keep key aspects of Trump's China policy. Trump overturned decades-old bipartisan consensus that economic cooperation with China would push the Chinese Communist Party in a more peaceful direction. A new bipartisan consensus is rising against that flawed thinking. Communist China is the most serious global threat the United States faces. So I have a problem with that framing. And my number one problem is that the United States didn't engage economically with China, hoping that it would somehow persuade China to switch from communism to capitalism. We were looking for cheap labor. And this shift, of course, happened under the Clinton administration. And that's when we started losing a ton of our jobs overseas to countries like China. So we very much engaged in that process. Our government very much engaged in that process. And that's why so many of our products get manufactured in other countries like China. That's the reason why we had a shortage of protective gear like masks, because our supply chain is very reliant on China and other countries. So this was never about like, ooh, let's democracy building. No, we don't do that. Let's stop pretending like that's what our government is actually trying to accomplish abroad, because it's not. Also, Biden has pretty harsh rhetoric toward China as well, and I'll tell you where that comes from in just a second. But Cenk, I wanted to get your thoughts.
Yeah, so the main difference between establishment Republicans and Donald Trump is that establishment Republicans are more sophisticated liars. They're way better at lying, and in a way that gives the mainstream media tremendous comfort. So this is an editorial run in the Washington Post with no controversy at all. So there are things ranging from normal policy disagreements. So should we be tough on China when they steal some of our, intellectual property, trade secrets, et cetera? Well, first of all, everybody agrees we should, but there's an interesting policy discussion and debate about how we should be tough on China on that. So that's perfectly normal, right? That's pretty much the only one. Everything else is nonsense, craziness. So, and misdirection. So for example, she does this along with every other Republican, and mainstream media goes along with it. Oh my God, historic peace deals in the Middle East between Saudi Arabia and Israel and UAE and Israel. Oh my God, what a statesman, right? No, Saudi Arabia and Israel were already massive allies. They were totally aligned against Iran. Saudi Arabia wants us to invade Iran even more than Israel does. So to paint that as something new, I mean, Nikki Haley knows that's a lie, and the media goes along with it. Like, oh, well, they signed a deal, okay? So, and then when she talks about China, it gets even more dangerous, honestly, where she says, they're harboring military ambitions and they're a military threat to us. Really? China's about to take over Santa Fe? What? China's a military threat? How? And so, like you say, okay, takeover of Hong Kong. I can't stand what they're doing in Hong Kong, and we've been super clear about that. But Hong Kong got handed back to them through a deal that they had with the UK. They did not roll in tanks like Russia did in Crimea and in other places. So this whole talk of China being a military threat so that we have to spend more on defense companies and support politicians like Nikki Haley is sophisticated lying, and it's very, very dangerous lies. And so
it is.
And the fact that the mainstream media gives it more credibility makes it more dangerous than a guy like Trump in some ways.
No, you guys, I mean, look, the very obvious pivot to China is something that people should be paying very close attention to, because there is a concerted effort by private military contractors to start heavily militarizing that region of the world. And if you look at where the funding comes from, remember, Nikki Haley, until very recently, served on the board of Boeing. Okay, she served on the board of Boeing. I mean, she has very close ties to defense contractors. And really, the reason why you're hearing this rhetoric regarding China's military capability is because China has in fact expanded its spending and resources on the military and its military capability. There's no question. It still comes nowhere close to where the United States is. We still outspend every other country by far when it comes to our military. But when you look at when China made that decision to start spending more of its resources on the military, it happened when, honestly, Obama made a pretty terrible calculation with his so-called pivot to Asia. And that was when in 2015, he started visiting Asian countries, including China. And that kind of tipped China off to the fact that the United States, under pressure from military contractors, was starting to think about not only pivoting to Asia militarily, but trying to find ways to basically sell arms to countries like Japan. And by the way, to India as well. And so weapons manufacturers, private contractors, they see this as a good financial opportunity for them. And honestly, when Obama made that trip, that kind of tipped the Chinese off. And then at that point, they started spending even more money on their military. So when you look at what persuades our politicians to focus so heavily on China. Again, just look at these think tanks that are heavily funded by defense contractors, foreign countries as well. And then they go off and they do the lobbying in Washington to persuade our lawmakers, whether they're Democrats or Republicans, to have a more hardline approach toward China with the first step of militarizing countries in that region. And by the way, Joe Biden, real quick, Joe Biden even said this. He hasn't been very detailed about what he plans to do with China, but every once in a while he slips up and he says things like this. The most effective way to meet the challenge is to build a united front of friends and partners to challenge China's abusive behavior. That means selling weapons. That's really what it means. That's what started under Obama. That's what has continued under Donald Trump. Donald Trump made record weapon sales to Japan, and I guarantee you it will continue under Joe Biden as well.
Yeah, there's one part of Nikki Haley's op-ed that is true. She said there is a growing bipartisan consensus that China is a military threat. Well, yes, but that's why it's unconscionable for the Washington Post not to note her enormous conflict of interest. She makes money by being on the board of Boeing. Now, Boeing makes tons of money if we go to war, but we don't have to go to war. They make billions upon billions of dollars because of militarization. Just the buildup in anticipation of war drives their profits. If you think Boeing doesn't care about profits, you're insane. I mean, that's Alex Jones would laugh that conspiracy theory out of the building. Oh no, multinational corporations don't care about profits. Really? wait, I hope you're not a reporter if you're, anywhere near that direction. So the reason I bring that up is because then they'll say, oh no, we didn't note that because Nikki Haley's on their board and makes hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of dollars from Boeing, but we didn't bother noting it because both Boeing and Nikki Haley are angels and they wouldn't care about the money that they're making. Come on. That's outrageous. It's outrageous. And so do Democrats also sometimes serve on the boards as employees? Do they get campaign contributions from defense contractors? Absolutely. Do they then vote for further militarization? Absolutely. They did it during the Trump era. Whatever Trump wanted, Pelosi gave him at least that much, if not more. So did Schumer. So these Democrats are in on the game, and that's what we're so worried about. Just because we beat the fascists like Donald Trump doesn't mean that the war is over. The establishment is much more sophisticated in their oppression, their militarization of this country. And speaking of oppression, I just want to note one other thing from her op-ed, which I thought was actually the most heinous part. She wrote, Trump refused to accept the tired thinking that the Palestinian cause was the key to broader regional peace. In other words, people are tired about caring about Palestinians. Nobody cares about them. We just told Saudi Arabia, hey, your interest in butchering the Yemenis, the people from Yemen, is greater than your interest in supporting your fellow Muslims in Palestine. And they agreed. They thought crushing Yemen and causing a genocide there and making money off of all of this was more important than the Palestinian cause. Yes, that is true, unfortunately, but it is not something to celebrate. And she just like flippantly, like, oh, we already threw the Palestinians in the trash, so we don't have to worry about them anymore. God, these Republicans are the most awful people on earth.
And of course, I have to mention one final, policy that she wants Biden to continue on with, and that's aggression toward Iran. I'm gonna go to the last graphic here. How can Biden foster a deeper peace? Not by caving to Iran or turning on Israel, both of which would fray a nascent Arab-Israeli bond that still needs strengthening. The better path is to continue to isolate Iran and encourage harmony between Israel and the Arab states, which now clearly see their common interests. So remember, we were at a pretty good place with Iran following the Iran nuclear deal, which was negotiated by the Obama administration and several other countries. And it was Donald Trump who decided to come in, rip up that peace deal, that Iran nuclear deal, I should say, which did have the proper checks in place to ensure that Iran wasn't building nuclear weapons. Now Iran is free to do what it wants, really, because why would it follow through with a nuclear deal that was basically thrown away by Donald Trump? And so that we did not need to escalate tensions with Iran. That's exactly what Donald Trump did. And now Nikki Haley is coming in and saying, we better continue doing that. Don't in any way try to actually mend whatever hostilities we have with Iran. And it's just, again, it always goes back to more war, right? It always goes back to selling more weapons. It always goes back to this profit-driven motive. Because when you look at her whole piece, there's nothing in there about withdrawing troops from the Middle East. There's nothing in there about, hey, maybe we need to approach North Korea from a more diplomatic approach rather than antagonizing them the way that we have. Now, clearly, I don't want anyone to come in and do what Donald Trump did, where you're going on these like photo ops and talking about how you fell in love with Kim Jong-un. But I also don't think it makes sense to ramp up tensions the way that lawmakers, both on the left and the right, have done historically in this country. But Nikki Haley looking out for companies like Boeing, other defense contractors, weapons manufacturers. That's the bread and butter. So she's going to keep pushing it.
Yeah. So last thing here, she's a warmongering against Iran because they're a religious dictatorship. What do you think Saudi Arabia is? It's a religious dictatorship. But no, Iran's really dangerous to us. Really? Did Al-Qaeda come out of Iran? No, they're Shia. Al-Qaeda is Sunni. Al-Qaeda came out of Saudi Arabia. Osama bin Laden was Saudi. He was a Saudi prince. So No, there is a threat to America that has attacked us over and over again. There is a religious fundamentalist Muslim government that is a dictatorship that butchers its own people and sometimes our people. And that's Saudi Arabia, the one she's praising. Oh my God, let's work with Saudi Arabia to create more wars. So our enemies are awesome, but people we make peace deals with are terrible. So that's neocon thinking. And so Nikki Haley's angling for the neocon play in 2024. This op-ed is basically telling her donors, defense contractors, and oil companies, which greatly profit from instability in the Middle East, and other donors, I'm here to serve you. This is my advertisement. My services, political services are for sale, and I will definitely create more war and conflict for you. Politics in America is disgusting. And the fact that the media doesn't point out those obvious political points is even more disgusting.
All right, well, let's move on to the latest updates with the stimulus, because turns out that Senate Democrats have some leverage and Bernie Sanders is using it to our advantage. So Congressional lawmakers still haven't reached a deal on coronavirus relief, but we're learning more about how hard Republicans have been fighting to essentially nickel and dime ordinary Americans, while at the same time doing what they can to provide what's being referred to as double dipping in tax cuts for the wealthy. So let's start off with Republican Senator John Thune, who's worried about Americans getting both direct checks and unemployment. He thinks, these people might be living too high off the hog. We can't do that. Now remember, the direct checks will be about $600. That's where they stand with the negotiations right now. Just a one-time $600 check, and the unemployment benefits would be $300 a week for 14 weeks. That was scaled back from 16 weeks. Now, this is what John Thune says about that. There could be language in the deal aimed at addressing concerns that people who receive both enhanced unemployment benefits and stimulus checks would be getting a double benefit. Okay, we're talking about 8 million Americans who have fallen into poverty since last summer. We're talking about people who owe thousands and thousands of dollars in back rent, which will come due as soon as the moratorium expires. And this guy is crying about a one-time $600 check. It's the most infuriating thing. And by the way, Bernie Sanders doesn't even accept the legislation as it's being proposed now, which includes a $600 check and the $300 a week in unemployment. And he has leverage. I'll explain that in just a second, but Cenk, jump in.
Yeah, guys, if you see us, especially me, beating up on Democratic leadership in the media constantly, there's a good reason for that, because this case is super easy to make. So it's infuriating that no one outside of Bernie Sanders and the Just Democrats makes the case. Democratic leadership unilaterally surrenders every time. So this is in a lot of ways old school politics. So the Republicans say, I don't want the average American to have as much money, but I want businesses to be able to double dip. We'll explain that in a second, right? So they say for the average American, unemployment checks, I don't want it to be 600, I wanted to cut it in half, 300. The $1,200 check, we wanted it to be zero, but now we're getting some populist concern from our right wing, from people like Josh Hawley. So, okay, since one of them is gonna run for president, we'll make it 600. But again, cut it in half, maybe, okay? Otherwise it's zero. And unemployment, we don't want it to go for 4 months, we want it to go for 3 months. So at every turn, they attack the average American. Now, if you have a competent party on the other side, you would hate the policy, but you would welcome the politics. You would say, you wanna hit Americans when they're down. I mean, you can't give me a bigger political gift. I'll go and just absolutely butcher you politically on that. They cut their payments in half, and then corporations' payments are doubled, as we're gonna explain in a little bit. So go ahead, John Thune, explain why you wanna double the advantage for corporations and you wanna cut the advantage for average Americans by half. Explain it, just explain it. Have you ever seen Democratic leadership do any of that? No, in fact, they do the exact opposite. They made the deal with Thune and other Republicans, so they then turn around and go, Thune is right, we gotta cut for the average Americans. Dick Durbin is out there kissing their ass 24/7. You know what? He gave a speech on the floor of the Senate today. He's the number 2 Democrat in the Senate. Congratulations to Trump administration on Operation Warp Speed. It was a tremendous success, he said. You're calling Trump a tremendous success while they call you child molesters. This is what I'm talking about, guys. The Democratic leadership is total, utter incompetence. It would be so easy to beat these Republicans if you didn't have a bunch of losers on the other side.
No, I mean, you're 100% right, especially with how they've handled these negotiations, because there is leverage, and the leverage is very clear right now. So specifically, Mitch McConnell, Senate Majority Leader, who has been an obstacle in these negotiations, had a call with Senate lawmakers, GOP lawmakers, and realized, turns out that Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue, who are facing re-election races in Georgia, are getting hounded about the lack of direct checks. They're getting hounded by it because guess what? Even Republican constituents, Republican voters, doesn't matter if you're Democrat or Republican, doesn't matter what your political ideology is. Again, more and more Americans are falling into poverty during this pandemic. They need help, they need help. So these 2 Republican candidates desperately want to get reelected. They're being hounded for direct checks. And finally, Mitch McConnell admits to Senate Republicans, okay, I guess we need to have direct checks to Americans. Okay, great. And so Bernie Sanders jumps in and says, you know what? $600 not enough. And he's right, $600 is not enough. A one-time check of $600 is just not even close to enough when you consider the reality of the economic situation for most Americans. Now I'm gonna skip ahead to the second video here. Here's Bernie Sanders making the case for why Americans need more in these direct checks. Let's watch.
This bill, in my view, does not go anywhere near far enough in terms of addressing our crises. And I hope that as soon as the Biden administration comes into office, they will address those deficiencies. Now, a week ago, 10 days ago, nobody here was talking about the need for direct payments, help for working families, despite the fact that that is the issue, the program that the American people most wanted. The proposal, as I understand it, provides for a direct payment of $600. That is half of what I wanted, but it is a step forward, and I'm going to do my best to make sure that we come as close to that $1,200 as we possibly can.
So again, understand that after McConnell was open for direct checks, Democrats also conceded on shortening the amount of time people can be on the federally subsidized unemployment. It was 16 weeks. They agreed to go back to 14 weeks. And so if it's $300 a week, I mean, think about it. It does cancel out with the direct check to Americans. But and I want Bernie to keep fighting. But it's a difficult balancing act because people are understandably desperate for relief right now. And so at this point, people are willing to take anything. But considering the fact that there is some leverage here for Senate Democrats, I think they should push a little harder and get a little more relief to Americans as soon as possible.
So let me easily destroy the Democratic talking point about, well, no, but you guys don't understand. There's purple states and we have to win in those states. Wait a minute, people in Montana and Alabama and West Virginia don't want direct checks. They'd rather have you double the payments to corporations. Really show me that poll. And that's why I get mad at the media. There's not a single reporter in Washington that says, hey, Democrats, you keep saying you have to work with the Republicans because of red states. Can you show me one piece of evidence? It's a Trump-like assertion that they don't want direct checks in West Virginia. It's not true. It's not remotely true. It's a total and utter lie that the Democratic leadership does on behalf of Republicans. That is unbelievable, and no reporter notices it. So look, and Anna's right. It's now empirical. The Republican voters in Georgia are demanding the direct checks so much that the Republican candidates are saying, we got to do some direct checks. So Dick Durbin, what happened? And Georgia's not even a red state anymore, but the Democratic voters in Georgia want it. The Republican voters in Georgia wants it. So who doesn't want it? Oh, your donors. But God forbid anybody in mainstream media should ask him about that. And then one more thing about that. Look, mainstream media also hates fighting. They say, we prefer civility. Civility is wonderful. No. Fighting isn't just a vent. It's not because you're frustrated. It's not because you don't know how to strategize. Fighting is political. It is strategy. So Bernie Sanders begins this fight and says, no, if there's no direct checks, I'm voting no. Now, what does that do? It puts Josh Hawley in a bad spot because Josh Hawley is trying to be a populist from the right-wing side, and he's going to run in 2024. He immediately recognizes that's good politics, and he goes, oh yeah, me too. Yeah, I also want direct checks. Now, all of a sudden, it's bipartisan. Then the people of Georgia start putting pressure because they realize it's possible that they might get direct checks. They start putting pressure on the Republican candidates. And now all of a sudden we went from $0 to maybe $600 in direct checks, thanks to who? Bernie Sanders. Why? Because he started a fight. The fight wasn't a vent, it was strategic. Now, how many reporters have acknowledged that obviously true fact? Almost none.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because if you happen to come across the interview that Wolf Blitzer did with Bernie Sanders just yesterday, Wolf Blitzer was essentially urging Bernie Sanders to accept a deal as soon as possible. You can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, something along those lines. He said it like during the interview. So I get the pressure because time is of the essence. People are incredibly desperate right now. But at the same time, it is important to use the leverage that they have to demand more. And they certainly do have this leverage because Senate Republicans don't want to lose control of the Senate. And so they want to do whatever it takes to help Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue here. So Democrats should use that to their advantage. One final thing, I know we're running out of time, but one final thing I wanted to add is what Republicans actually are fighting for in this relief bill. They actually want to provide like a double dipping tax cut benefit for the wealthy. And so I'm gonna go to Lee Fong's reporting over at The Intercept. He did a fantastic job with this story. He said one of the revisions in the legislation is a subtle yet radical change that would result in a major windfall for the highest income Americans and large corporations. The bill provides that businesses claiming expenses reimbursed by PPP forgivable loans, which are already tax-free, can be further used as deductions when calculating taxable income. In other words, the change would allow a corporation that claimed $1 million in PPP reimbursements to apply that money as a deduction on its tax return, reducing taxable income by $1 million. It's so egregious and so disgusting that even Treasury Secretary Steve Mnuchin, okay, a man who had no problem, working for a bank that was committing fraud in order to wrongfully foreclose on people, he thinks that this goes too far, okay? He says the money coming in from PPP is not taxable. So if the money that's coming is not taxable, you can't double dip. You can't say you're going to get deductions for workers that you didn't pay for. But guess what? Even so, as Lee Fong reports, a growing chorus of lawmakers has demanded that businesses should be able to deduct tax-free PPP money. The demand has been pushed by the most senior lawmakers on the tax writing committees, Representative Richard Neal, and of course, Senator Chuck Grassley as well. God, Richie Neal is a disaster, absolute disaster, such an embarrassment.
No, Anna, don't ever let Richie Neal be criticized based on his donors. The mainstream media will get mad at you. They'll say, no, that is a beloved, honorable Democratic leader. And so I'm sure that he has everyone's best interest in mind when he allows businesses to double dip, but not average Americans. When he helps Republicans do that, even though he's the head of the Ways and Means Committee for the Democrats, the most important committee in the House because it controls the money. So the bipartisan agreement to screw us all on behalf of their donors is infuriating. So now, look, PPP is a good law. I've talked about that a lot in the past. And so there's nothing wrong with PPP. Now, they put in there that the loans, first of all, the loans are at good rates for small businesses and mid-sized businesses. And then they could also be forgiven. Okay, that's great. That's extra help to small businesses who desperately need it. But if your loans are forgiven, why do you need a deduction on it as a cost? It's literally not a cost. The government gave you the money and said you can keep it. How's that a cost? Okay, you say, you know what? It's not, but we're just trying to help all businesses. So, or small and mid-sized business. So go ahead and keep the money and do a tax deduction. Now that's billions upon billions of dollars in double dipping, but we're trying to help the economy. Okay, fine, no problem. But then you can't turn around and say, oh, American workers are gonna get an extra $300 for unemployment. No, that's double dipping. We can't send them the direct checks and the unemployment checks. Now, a couple $100 for an average person? No, the average person doesn't donate to us at all. No, that's double dipping. They're bums. They're bums looking for a handout. Next thing you know, we're gonna be communists. Oh, corporations wanna double dip. Oh yeah, of course, right away, sir. I don't even know why they're single dipping, let alone double dipping. I like the relief. I just don't know why it would be considered a cost. It just makes no sense at all.
Yeah, well, we got to take a break, but when we come back, we'll go deeper into the economic impact that Americans are facing today, especially when it comes to the issue of evictions. And then guess who got a bit of a bailout? Prosperity gospel preacher Osteen took millions of dollars in PPP money. We'll give you the details on that and more when we come back.
All right, back on the Young Turks. TYT.com/go is almost done. I want to thank some folks who participated because everyone who gives $1 allows us to do this show and is the change in the world that we're all trying to create. So Angel from New York, $15, living up to their name. Barbara from Nevada, 27. Gonzalo from Texas, 27. Ellen from New York, $75. Tamar from Maryland, $20. Pia from the United Kingdom, $80. We love you all. Please let's finish strong at TYT.com/go so that we are empowered to fight even harder for you guys next year. Perpendicular Time in our member section says, this is your periodic reminder that China began moving from communism was Mao died. They've been capitalist, quote unquote, enlightened socialists in their doublespeak for at least 2 decades now. Of course, China is nothing like communism. Actually, the country that comes closest is, communists are not gonna like hearing this, but it's North Korea. It's more central organized, central command. Yes, it's a dictatorship, which communism is not supposed to be, but it's much closer than China is. China is a runaway capitalism in a lot of ways. Where's Biden hiding? Writes in, Biden won't go to war with China. He'll talk tough, but he's going to expand trade and reinforce the TPP. Biden isn't going to pursue a trade war on a military war with China. Biden knows that China's economy is lapping ours, not because we're too soft on China, but because China has a better planned society. Now, I don't agree so much with the last part, although I know the point that you're making. But I do agree with the first part. Yes, Biden's not going to go to war. But remember, they don't have to go to war. They just have to authorize larger defense spending so that money flows to Boeing and Lockheed Martin and Raytheon, and then keep the trade going because that also helps multinational corporations. If you think Biden's going back to TPP and letting corporations run every trade deal, absolutely. You're totally right about that. So Eclectic Mistletoe writes in, the GOP and Democratic leadership are fighting over what's the least they can possibly do for COVID relief without their base revolting. except for Bernie, which is why MSNBC and others are attacking or undermining Bernie's popular, common sense, much needed proposals. That's exactly right. It's all kabuki theater, guys. That's why I get so mad at the media. They tell you that MSNBC is the left-wing channel, then they bring Bernie Sanders on, and Stephanie Ruhle yells at him as he's actually getting you guys direct checks, effectively fighting for you. She's like, you've never gotten anything done. Look at these 400 proposals and only 7 of them passed. You're not practical, Bernie. No, it's okay. The left-wing channel hates Bernie Sanders. And that's how they do propaganda. We'll be right back. All right, back on the Young Turks. I'm just gonna read 2 super chats here because they're relevant to something I wanna say. Light Labs EC says, Cenk, please, for the love of God, run for office. I think we went through that already.
Come on, guys.
No.
I want like an easy 2021. And by easy, I mean like just normally difficult, not like additionally difficult with Cenk's like aspirations and like random out of nowhere, I'm gonna do something crazy that's gonna upend your life. Like, just like keep it cool, Cenk. Keep it cool. You're doing great.
No, guys, it's okay. Look, I could say 1,000 things about that, and I'll save it for the post game for the members. No, the reason I brought it up is because you don't need me. If I had known, I'd have never run. Nina Turner's running. She's got this. Okay, so ninaturner.com/hello. She'll do what I was gonna do and then some. In fact, Jorge Fontan also wrote in, I donated several times to Jamal Bowman, was so happy when he won. That's what I'm telling you guys, fulfillment's a hell of a drug. You made that Jamal Bowman win happen. I'm not kidding, you did. And he says, that's why I donated again this week to Nina Turner. Everyone donate, let's make this happen and show Washington we mean business. ninaturner.com/hello. You send her to say hello to them, and then we're gonna get real fighters on our side and real leaders. And that's gonna make all the difference in the world. You watch, I'll show you, okay? When she gets in, you will see with your own eyes the difference it makes. All right, Anna, what's next?
All right. So the CDC may have banned evictions, coronavirus-related evictions, but that hasn't stopped some landlords in some states from defying the order and getting federal judges to help them do it. So let me just note that there are more and more Americans falling into poverty every day. Recent research showed that an additional 8 million Americans fell into poverty since this past summer as a result of this pandemic, and honestly, the lack of real relief from our members of Congress. Now, recently there was a man named Steve Crowley who was evicted from his home, and he was shocked that he was evicted because he had the proper documentation proving that he fell under a category of people who couldn't be convicted due to coronavirus, inability to pay, right? So he lost his job as a result of the pandemic, can't pay his rent. Under the moratorium by the CDC, he had to prove financial hardship. He did that, he provided that evidence to a judge. And then it turns out that this judge decided to side with a landlord. This is in the state of Florida. So Patricia Kinsey, the only judge hearing eviction cases in this particular county where Pensacola sits, ordered Crowley out of his home, documents show. Kinsey sided with a lawyer for Crowley's landlord, a big Canadian company that owns 19,000 rental units in North America, who'd argued that the CDC order was actually unconstitutional. So the CDC, has this moratorium, and then a judge comes in and says, nah, my interpretation is that this is unconstitutional. So as a result, I'm not going to honor the moratorium. Agreeing with the landlord's lawyer, Kinsey ruled that the CDC moratorium represented an unlawful taking by the US government of landlords' private property and rental income. And so this really varies depending on where you live, depending on what kind of judges you have hearing these types of cases. In some places like Missouri, people don't have the protections that they need, and it's actually pretty easy to evict people. And I'll show you an example of that in just a second. But this is what's happening across the country, regardless of whether there's a moratorium in place or not. People are being kicked out of their homes during this absolutely disastrous pandemic, even though they've done everything right. It's just that they've lost their jobs as a result of the virus.
Yeah. So mark my words, Patricia Kinsey is going to move on up the judiciary. And you're saying, but wait a minute, she just did a terrible thing. I know, but the way that it works is when someone makes a decision this outrageous and they say, I will protect business interests no matter what, no matter how clear the law is, no matter how brutal the situation is for the average person, someone likely at the Federalist Society, the right-wing organization that promotes right-wing judges, takes a note. They go, oh, that's super extreme, good. Let's put this person on a list for moving on up the judiciary. That's how Gorsuch and Kavanaugh got on the Supreme Court. They both at different times said that corporations, in essence, I'm really simplifying here, but could kill their employees and it would be fine. One was a worker got killed by a killer whale, and they ruled, no, that's fine. There's no workplace issue there. Another one, the employer ordered the person to stay in a truck to freeze to death, and he didn't listen, so they fired him. I mean, he goes on. So they like this kind of barbaric behavior in our system is rewarded. Republicans make note of it, and they're like, oh, you're throwing people out in the middle of a pandemic, even though the law is super clear that you shouldn't. Oh, that's a good one. They will do anything our donors and business interests want. Good, moving them on up.
So on December 1st, Patricia Kinsey, the judge that we're talking about, handed down the same type of ruling. She sided with the landlord and evicted yet another resident in Florida. And I think it's important for people to see what this actually looks like. I mean, it's one thing to talk about statistics and numbers. It's something different to see how this has completely destroyed families. Here's one example of a woman who was evicted just recently in the state of Missouri.
Chrissy is one of the thousands of tenants within Jackson County, Missouri, that has been evicted since our eviction moratorium expired. Chrissy was trying to do everything right. She moved into this house so that her kids could stay at the same school.
This room was my bedroom. It did have a king-size bed in it, my dresser, everything I own, and now it's got nothing. My ex-husband has the kids as of right now. I mean, they will be returning home as soon as I have one. But yes, I'm trying to keep it as normal as possible for them, considering everything going on. So they are just doing their regular old normal routine as it would be any other day. I miss the kids laughing. I miss, you take the little stuff for granted whenever you do it every single day. I miss eating dinner at the table every day. I miss everything, giving the kids a bath, the giggling. I miss laughing for sure.
Man, this country is a failure of epic proportions. It just absolutely is. And then you have, Democratic lawmakers going on, CNN or MSNBC. Katie Tur interviewed Ron Wyden, and they're bragging about their bipartisanship. And I feel like there's this emphasis of bipartisanship for bipartisanship's sake, right? Like, oh, look at me, it's about me. I can make a deal. I can reach across the aisle. Okay, but what is the deal? Like, what are you offering in financial relief for Americans? Because if you're willing to give up financial relief that ordinary Americans desperately need right now, and make those concessions so Republicans can further cut taxes for the wealthy during this pandemic, then I'm not interested in that bipartisanship. Then you're not winning. You're not doing anything useful with your time.
Yeah, so it's also just absolutely disastrous politics, because the people that are throwing out of their houses aren't just Democrats. They're tons and tons of Republicans. I haven't seen any polling on if Republicans are getting thrown out more. But remember, the #1 voting base for Donald Trump was
honestly poor white Americans without a college degree. And so they're probably getting hit the hardest. So that's when Democrats could turn and say, look, the Republican Party screwed you. Instead, they turn around and go, aren't you so proud of me for making the deal to throw you out of your house with your Republican politicians? And then the press jumps in, they go, oh, we are so proud of you. You guys are so great the way you all threw out those bums from their houses in the middle of a pandemic when they got fired because of the pandemic and putting their lives in danger. You guys you did a bipartisan compromise. It's terrible politics for Democrats. It's just not accurate reporting by the media. And so look, again, being reasonable, what is the correct policy thing here? It's not that you just say to the people who own rental property or commercial property, hey, you got screwed out of billions of dollars and sad day for you, we're moving on. No, we're not saying do that even to the landlords. It's not like a gut thing of like, okay, if it's a business, it's bad. No, of course not. No, you have to come up with a strategy that makes sense for, hey, how do we get the right help to really, it's not the person who's renting, it's the people who own the real estate that they're getting the help to, because they're the ones that are not getting the money. You throw the person out, it's not like there's somebody else that's gonna take their spot. We're in the middle of a pandemic, the jobless numbers are through the roof. So you're not gonna get paid anyway. And those are the people trying to drive this to a conclusion through the politicians they donated to. But at the end of the day, no one gets helped, but the politicians continue celebrating their bipartisan compromise when in reality, they could have actually helped us. And if you're a Democrat, gotten some good political credit for helping them.
Yeah, and I also want to provide some statistics regarding how much people on average owe in back rent, because let me be clear, right now, there are no negotiations in Congress about helping people pay their back rent. At least the money that's even being considered is nowhere near what's necessary to help these people. So the Federal Reserve Bank of Philadelphia says renter households experiencing job loss because of COVID-19 currently owe an estimated $7.5 billion in unpaid rent, or $5,400 each. I mean, that is insane. People, when you consider the fact that before the pandemic, the Federal Reserve did a study that found that nearly half of Americans couldn't even afford a $400 emergency. I mean, they were already in bad shape before. And now we're dealing with mounting back rent that they're gonna have to pay their landlords as soon as the moratorium expires. They don't have that money, guess what happens? They're evicted, they're gone, they're homeless.
There's no way people can pay that. It's not within miles of realistic. So, but politicians don't know, and honestly, a lot of people in the media don't know. They're like, why? Why don't they just pay $5,400 out of the millions of dollars they have in their bank account? They don't have millions of dollars in their bank account like you do, right? $5,400 is backbreaking. There's, like Anna said, 40% of the country can't afford $400. These folks don't know any real people at all. And so a realistic way of doing it is saying, okay, are we going to just subsidize that because we don't want the real estate market to collapse? Okay, that's an interesting conversation. Or do we want to like apportion here and say, maybe the renter pays 25% and the government picks up the other 75% because we don't want the market to collapse and we don't want them thrown out of their house. Okay, let's have a logical and humane conversation about this instead of, just throw them all out, who cares, right? And our system is so brutal, and the fact that it's not noted is. But to be fair, these media organizations at least did a good job of showing the face of people who are being thrown out. So I appreciate that, and that video that we showed you, we'll have the link to the full one down below. So that's a great job, and including the other organization. I think it was actually, in fact, the NBC network overall that brought that story. So I want to give credit where credit is due, but then also hold them accountable for the political side of it, where there are actually things that are more in favor of the American people and clearly less in favor. And they never make those calls, they just call everything even on that front.
When we come back from the break, we'll talk about prosperity gospel preacher Joel Osteen, who himself is a millionaire, basically taking government money, $4.4 million worth in PPP loans. We'll give you the details on that and more when we come back.
right, I wanted to thank some folks on Twitch. Really kind words. Sheila Tack became a member for 2 months and said, "Wow, it's my 2-month sub anniversary. I had no idea and couldn't be more proud to be part of the progressive fight." Well, Sheila, we're proud to fight along with you. Sir Faye wrote in, and this is really interesting, guys. "Hey, Cenk, hey, Anna. Love your show and the perspective you present, even though I'm an evangelical conservative. Happy to support you on Twitch." Okay, well, we love you for being open-minded, so that's great. You don't have to spread the word, but spread the open-mindedness. Okay, that's great.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So now a lot of folks subscribe through Prime because if you have Amazon Prime, which let's be honest, almost everyone on the planet does, it's free for you guys, but we get the revenue. So if you're on twitch.tv/TYT, please do that and please resubscribe every month. Because it helps us and it costs you nothing. So Sparkle Dragon 93 did that. I Am Genius, Kate Bettino, Jackal 210, Knights Banis, Brian Wright, I Apollo, all did that. And Miranda Wrights Left gifted a sub, which we really appreciate. We have a gifting program on Twitch too. Please look into that. I want to do shout outs real quick to new members on YouTube: Thomas Roger, Terry Graham, Etienne Vidal, and then Nisaka Malimba all just became Young Turks. They hit the join button below. You could also upgrade that way so you can get today's post game, for example, is just for members. At the essential level and the premium level, you get the post games. And we appreciate you guys making this show possible. You got Too Strong Coffee, almost out of time to get this in time for Christmas. It's a great Christmas gift. It says Santa is progressive and Jesus is too. So it's perfect for the holidays. TooStrongCoffee.com/TYT. Make sure you put /TYT so the show gets credit for that, okay? And by the way, they give to progressive causes like Just Democrats and Rebellion PAC. So now, I'm out of time. Okay, we got a whole rest of the show coming up. Stay right here, tyt.com/join to join for everyone else. We'll be right back. All right, back on the Young Turks, Cenk and Anna, go.
As we all know, the CARES Act included some relief for small businesses. It was the PPP portion of the CARES package. And unfortunately, there was a lot of abuse, a lot of corporations and giant restaurant chains that managed to secure some of those loans, which will get forgiven as long as these companies keep their employees on board. However, we're also learning that Joel Osteen, who's a prosperity gospel preacher, meaning he's all about making money, has in fact applied and received $4.4 million in PPP loans. So the Prosperity Gospel Pastors Lakewood Church in Houston specifically received a $4.4 million loan through the Paycheck Protection Program, part of the Congressional CARES Act, and the first time lawmakers gave direct financial assistance to houses of worship. And the reason why this is the first time is because houses of worship are tax exempt. They don't pay taxes, they don't pay into this system. And so the whole idea is if you're not paying into the system and you're tax exempt, you shouldn't be getting this type of relief. But there were exceptions made because of the unique nature of the pandemic. And of course, you can always rely on a prosperity gospel preacher to take as much as he possibly can, even though he's a millionaire himself. In fact, Osteen's net worth is an estimated $40 million, making him the richest or one of the richest pastors in the world. Cenk.
Yeah, so look, there's a couple of different things here. Number one, if they want to take PPP for religious organizations, which is allowed, and they want to spend it to make sure they keep their employees. So the pastor, the whoever else is involved in a church, a temple, a mosque, etc. I get it. I think it's debatable for a reason I'm going to get into in a second, but I understand if you really need it. But Joel Osteen lied about taking it. So that makes me think, did your Prosperity Gospel Church, which is a mega church, incredibly wealthy, it's made you incredibly wealthy, you sure you needed it? And and more importantly, was it spent on your actual employees? Because if it isn't, by the way, you're breaking the law. But that's the thing, religious organizations in this country are above the law. So they don't pay taxes, they get this kind of money. And then if you dare to hold them accountable and say, hey, did you really spend it on your employees? They're like, oh my God, discrimination. They're discriminating against my mansion and my yacht, right? So, and then the other part of this that's questionable is, okay, I get wanting to keep employees. That's why PPP was good in the first place. But religious organizations do discriminate. And now, if you're religious and you're right wing, you might say that's good. I don't want gay people getting married, and that's my religious belief, and you can't do anything about that. That's true. And in this country, you're allowed to hate. You're allowed to hate anyone you like. You're allowed to discriminate against them in your own personal beliefs, but you're not allowed to discriminate against them in business and in government and in many other forms. But wait a minute, why is the government giving $4.4 million to a church that does discriminate against some of us? Now, if you're not in the LGBTQ community, you might say, well, I don't care, man. They should get it anyway, even though they discriminate. But there's a lot of Americans who are gay. And so they're saying, no, we don't want you to be able to adopt kids. Now give me government money, give me your money, your taxpayer money, if you're gay or lesbian or any of those folks, and I want your money, and then I want to be able to use it to discriminate against you. Nah, that's wrong. By the way, maybe I can get right wingers on my side. If you don't know this, we did a story on tyt.com. Mosques are also getting money. So they're getting your taxpayer money. You probably love it if the church is getting it. Oh yeah, take my money, man, for your mansion, it's awesome, right? But are you happy with mosques taking the money? I don't know, maybe you are, but it's going to all of them, and they are allowed to have any, practice they want with our money.
Yeah, look, you changed my opinion on this, because when I first found out that religious organizations and churches and mosques and all of that, they can, apply for these loans. I thought it was wrong because they haven't paid into the system. But you did convince me that, look, I mean, they're being forced to shut down during this pandemic. So this is a unique case. But honestly, we need to change our policies when it comes to this tax exempt status, because again, like a lot of these churches, a lot of these religious organizations do engage in political speech as well, which is what they're not supposed to be doing if they're tax exempt. Everyone should be paying their fair share in this country, period. That's it. That's end of story. We need to stop making exceptions. All right, well.
Brett, can I see Joel Osteen's house? Because I just want you guys to see it, right? And look, you get this house because you're great at being an entrepreneur, being a basketball player, being whatever, an amazing surgeon. Great, bless your heart, right? But he's a so-called prosperity preacher. So he is claiming this is what Jesus wants. Jesus said, sell everything you own, okay? Get rid of every single thing you own, give it to the poor and the needy, and then you will believe in me. And this guy says, no, I need your taxpayer money because my mansion isn't large enough for Jesus, please.
I thought Jesus said you definitely need a portico garage. Does he have one? I don't know. Does he have 8 antique fireplaces? Because the Descante does. Kelly Loeffler and her husband do.
Yeah,
it's a story from yesterday, Jake.
You're using words I don't even understand.
Honestly, same. I just learned yesterday.
So, but guys, when you look at that picture, I'm asking you if you're a devout Christian, have you read the Bible? Is it conceivable that Jesus would want them to have mansions at your expense? Come on, think for yourself. And that's again for the billionth time in a row why I get mad at the media. Oh, I can't say anything against the prosperity gospel, guys. It's religion. I don't want to lose any of my ratings. I don't want to lose my readership. I don't want to lose my advertisers. They'll get mad at me. Oh yeah, that's perfectly normal. Yeah, Jesus wanted everybody to be super rich. Well, not everybody, just Republicans. It's not true. Read the Bible.
All right, well, when we come back from our break, we'll talk about how incoming Republican Senator Tommy Tuberville is a lunatic, and how Representative Mo Brooks has yet another scheme that's likely to fail to try to overturn the results of this election. But it does give you a sense of how hard these Republicans fight, even if it means dismantling democracy. You don't want to miss that story. Come right back.
Oh, hi. I didn't see you there. Come on in. So I read all your letters with your Christmas wishes, and this year for Christmas, I've decided that the nice and the naughty will all get their Christmas gift wish, the gift of TYT. And if you want your friends and loved ones to also enjoy the gift of independent progressive news from a network that is uncorrupted by corporate greed, then be sure to go to tyt.com/gift so that every member of your family, even the ones on the right, will get the gift of TYT. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. Ho, 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 ho. Onward, Blitzen. Onward, the other one.
I've been honest with him. Like, yeah, I was upset with you and I shouldn't have done it. But instead I was like, I'm just trying to protect my engagement ring.
Hey, Georgia, we're not done yet. I'm Dr. Lena Hamilton, poet and educator out of Atlanta, Georgia. And I've got a message for you. You, yes, you. If you're gonna be 18 by January 5th, it's time to register to vote. You have until December 7th. We have an important race coming in the Senate runoff, and we need your vote. So get out, get registered, and let's get voting.
Time to thank the folks that make Young Turks possible. That's you guys, folks who've given at tyt.com/go. Chris from Pennsylvania, $250, you get the Press On t-shirt. Anthony from California, $27. Edgardo from California, $15. David from Virginia, $250, you also get the Press On t-shirt. And Donald from Maryland, $15. You guys give us hope. Thank you for all that you've done through tyt.com/go.
Patience. It's a virtue. They think you can put me in a box. But you can't stifle a revolution. Cenk Uygur, you started something, an idea. The truth and honesty matter above all else. And the people love you for it. And for a while, so did I. We could have stood united. A political force of reckoning upon our foes, the hypocrites, the phonies, the unjust. But you put me in this box.
Jake! No!
You began without me. You began without me. But God as my witness, I will be the one to finish it.
That's 300 million, that's a pretty good number, Well, that's the size of the US population. You know what our next target is? The size of the entire world. We just crossed 5 billion views on YouTube.
I mean, imagine 10 years ago thinking one day.
We looked at you like, are you nuts? Young Turks has just passed another milestone. 15 billion views. Damn. I'm back to gaslighting. Did you and I talk about gaslighting on Old School?
Probably.
That boss gaslit all his female employees. People who manipulate others like that make you feel like you're the weirdo. Why won't you punch yourself in the face? What is wrong with you? And you're like, oh my God, I feel so bad. Why didn't I just punch myself in the face and poke my eye out? I'm 47 and I just figured it out like earlier this year.
You figured out somebody was doing it to you or that you were
that it was that it would have been happening my whole life and I didn't realize it.
Right.
morning, Turks. Cenk and Anna with you guys. So I want to read 2 comments from Super Chat because they're so good about things we covered already. One is about Nikki Haley. HXC Mike wrote in, protect the diplomatic efforts of the previous administration, because that's what she has suggested. You mean like Trump protected the Iran nuclear deal or the Paris Climate Accord or the Kurds? It's such a devastatingly good point. Trump made a big spectacle out of shredding everything that Obama had done. And now as soon as he loses, they're like, no, you got to protect everything Trump did. We need continuity. We need continuity in foreign policy. World's biggest hypocrites. I love how smart our audience is. We should have made that point. Derek says, how much does the government have left from the CARES Act? And the answer is around $400 million, or is it 400 billion?
Billion.
Anyways, which one is it, Anna?
It's billion.
Yeah, 400 billion. Jesus Christ. Why can't that be used to help eviction? I wanted to tell you real quick how the mechanics of it works. Every dollar that went to businesses have been claimed. Why? Because they're businesses. So they want to they're in the business of making money. So they take the money, obviously. But regular folks are not as sophisticated. They don't have a team, they don't have lawyers, they don't have a management team, etc. So the government sits around and waits for them to take it, and if they don't take it, they're like, we're taking it back. And that's how money is left over that could have been used for people getting evicted, but the government's like, oh, well, you didn't take it. Whereas every dollar that goes to business is instantly claimed. And that's how that game is played. Anyway, but I love your questions, and I'm gonna show you the thermometer one more time here, tyt.com/go. We got less than 2 weeks left. You wanna start talking about giving us Christmas presents? I'm not gonna say no. Is that what Santa would do? I guess. Are you Santa? Could be. tyt.com/go. Let's finish strong, guys, so we can be strong for you. All right, Anna, what's next?
Well, Republicans are not giving up in trying to overturn the election results. Senator-elect Tommy Tuberville is suggesting that he will challenge the Electoral College, which is a proposal that's also being put out there by Representative Mo Brooks from Alabama. Now, the way that Mo Brooks would do it, though, is literally challenge the Electoral College as Congress convenes on January 6th. So Brooks wants to essentially throw out the election totals in 5 battleground states, and Tuberville is apparently all for it. Let's take a look at what he had to say.
We gotta grab a hold and hold on. We have no choice. Listen to me now. We have no choice but to win this election. They're gonna try to steal it. They're gonna try to buy it. They're gonna do everything they can, lie, cheat, steal to win this election, like they did in the presidential election. It's impossible. It is impossible what happened. But we're gonna get that all correct. And I'm gonna tell you, don't give up on it. Come on.
Are you gonna fight to make this election right?
Pardon?
Are you gonna fight to make this election right?
We're gonna fight hard.
What can y'all do on January 6th? Madison said y'all had tricks up your sleeve.
We're gonna run to it at the airport. We gotta just wait for it. Well, you see what's coming. You've been reading about it in the House.
The Democrats are not gonna.
We're going to do it in the Senate.
Lauren Windsor put that video together. She is not a Republican, but she did a good job in making it appear that she was friendly to the cause. But anyway, so let me give you more details though, because while Mo Brooks would like to throw out the election totals in 5 battleground states, he does need support among his Republican lawmakers, and there's already an unwillingness to go along with this. For instance, Senators Ron Johnson from Wisconsin and Mike Lee from Utah do not currently plan to join an effort spearheaded by Representative Mo Brooks to throw out election totals in 5 battleground states. And then of course there's Mitch McConnell. Mitch McConnell acknowledged the reality of the election after the electoral votes were cast. McConnell has urged his caucus not to join Brooks or any other House Republican or their efforts to object to the outcome when Congress gathers to certify the Electoral College count next month. And again, that happens on January 6th. And one other thing, even if Brooks is able to find a partner in the Senate, the Democratic controlled House would certify Biden as the winner, and the GOP controlled Senate would likely too. In the distant chance that the Senate recognized the objection, the results would be kicked back to the Senate and the governors would recertify Biden as the winner. If that sounds complicated, it's because it is, but luckily Cenk has more details on that.
I do, and as usual with TYT, we'll do fun parts and serious parts. First, the fun part, Lauren Windsor. So Lauren used to be on the TYT network fairly frequently back when we were on Current TV. In fact, that's why her show is now called The Undercurrent from way back then. So you should check it out. She's done some really brilliant interviews with Republicans that have made the news a lot recently. Anyways, I've never seen her talk in a Southern accent before. So that was perfect when she's like, what you all doing to make this right? Get out of here, Lauren. But it's perfect because she's a white woman talking in a Southern accent. It puts them at ease. They're like, oh, good, you're one of us. Oh yeah, we're gonna try to steal this thing. Here, let me tell you how, right? So that's great reporting. It's almost in a sense undercover reporting, or undercurrent reporting. All right, anyways, so the reason McConnell doesn't want these clowns like Tuberville to object, because you need one senator and one congressman to object in order for this to go forward, because then they have to go on the record. They don't have enough votes to win, which I'll explain in a second. So McConnell's like, you would put us in a lose-lose. We'd either have to look totally unreasonable, like crazy, like we're trying to steal this election, or we'd be betraying Trump. It's a lose-lose. What are you doing? Don't put us on the record. We're Republicans, we're smarter than this. Let's just pretend that we're on Trump's side and on democracy's side. And if we don't vote, we can still pretend, and the media will forget and they'll yell at the Democrats. They're doing it now, they're yelling at Democrats to work with us. Why are you gonna ruin a good plan that we got? Because Mitch, they're not that bright, right? So Tuberville's like, oh yeah, we're gonna damn steal the election, man. Okay, let's go vote. McConnell's like, no! They did a conference call where he's like, listen, you morons, do not call a vote. It could only hurt us. And they said there was no objections on the phone, but the minute Laura Windsor says you all, he's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna object. Okay, so anyway. Now the most important part, the serious part, the substance. So here's how it would work. Mike Pence is in charge of these proceedings as the vice president when they're going to do the vote counting on January 6th. There are no alternate slate of electors to choose from. They've all been legally certified Biden electors in the states that he won, and he's won easily. But the Trump people just said, okay, our electors got together. They're not certified, they're not legal. But they got together at a Holiday Inn, and they all said, yeah, we all vote for Trump. And Pence can recognize them instead. Now, here's where the rubber hits the road. When they get to a state where Pence says, okay, I want to recognize the Trump electors in Georgia or Arizona or Pennsylvania, et cetera. Well, they would get to it in Arizona first, since it goes in alphabetical order. That's when they would pause and then do a vote. Because they're not voting. This is not a contingent election, for those of you who understand what that is, where you can't get to a 270 votes, then the Senate and the House split up and they vote by state delegations. The Republicans could win that vote, but they never get there because they're ruling on Pence's motion. Then the House and the Senate have to rule whether Pence is right or wrong. And in this case, since it's not a contingent election, they're just doing a straight up vote. The House can vote it down. And so it's over. Biden's electors stand, and that's called the safe harbor rule. Now, you don't have to remember any of those specifics, but the bottom line is, since the Democrats have the House, they can actually vote down Pence's motion if he goes in that direction, and Tuberville and Bo Brooks and all that stuff. And at the end of the day, Biden wins anyway, except now the Republicans are on the record for trying to end democracy and not count the legitimate results of Georgia, Arizona, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So McConnell's right, as usual. He's a terrible guy, but he's good at politics. Having this vote is terrible for Republicans, and they have no chance of winning.
But it's terrible for Republicans. They certainly don't have a chance of winning. I'll grant you that. But it's only terrible for Republicans if their constituents hold them accountable for it. But I mean, the Republican Party and its voters has pretty much lost it. I mean, polling shows the vast majority of Republican voters think the election was actually stolen. So they might actually look at Mo Brooks and think, Yeah, no, he's fighting for us. He's fighting for democracy. So I don't know, it might backfire, but based on, how Republican voters have been reacting to this whole mess, it seems like they are convinced that this is somehow, a stolen election and that Donald Trump was the real winner.
Yeah, but Anna, so the two reasons why McConnell doesn't want it. Your point is excellent. It's not gonna hurt Mo Brooks or Tommy Tuberville at all. They're in very red districts. But first of all, for all the Republicans who already went on the record and said that Biden won the election, like Mitch McConnell and Mitt Romney and so many others, it will hurt them because then they're either gonna have to backpedal and backtrack or defy Trump, and that's a big problem. Secondly, there's the swing states. And in the swing states, we'll see. Independents might hold it against you that you tried to end our democracy and end America. I hope to God they do hold it against you. They actually did try, but this way they would have to raise their hand and say, yes, I don't want to count the votes in a democracy.
Okay. Yeah, this story is insane. Like, just give it up already. Just give it up. But anyway,
I'll
let's
just
move
tell you
on.
this, Anna. Last thing, the reason why they're not giving it up is not because of any strategy or anything along those lines. I did a story yesterday on YouTube Live about how Donald Trump is throwing a temper tantrum, and that's a quote from one of his aides inside the White House, and he's threatening not to leave on January 20th. Forget the January 6th vote. He's like, no, I'm just gonna bunker it. I'm not gonna leave.
Do it, Trump. Do it. Do it.
But the point is, they're following a spoiled little child who's basically lost his mind. So that's why it's counterproductive strategy, because there is no strategy. They're following a madman. That's why they're doing this.
I love it. All right, well, one of the people who has to pay the consequences of that is Mike Pence. So he's planning on running out of town to avoid Trump's wrath. So let's talk about that a little bit. Vice President Mike Pence, yes, he does still exist, plans to skip town and avoid Donald Trump and his, of course, inevitable temper tantrum, as his supporters are likely to attack Mike Pence, by the way. Mike Pence is gonna oversee the congressional session on January 6th. That's where Congress is going to essentially deal with the electoral votes, which have already been certified by the states. Now, according to 3 US officials familiar with the planning, the vice president is eyeing a foreign trip that would take him overseas for nearly a week, starting on January 6th. So immediately after that session, he's leaving. Though Pence aides declined to confirm details of the trip, which remains tentative, a US government document shows the vice president is due to travel to Bahrain, Israel, and Poland, with the possibility of more stops being added later. So a pre-advanced team of Pence aides left earlier this week to visit the planned stops in preparation. Who knows? Maybe there's actually a good reason why he's doing this. But other reporting, other reporting indicates that Donald Trump has been, I'll be generous and say irritable. Like, he's been throwing temper tantrums as a result of the outcome of the election, and people don't really want to be around him. Again, this is mostly a way for Mike Pence to avoid Donald Trump. As vice president, Pence has the awkward but unavoidable duty of presiding over the session of Congress that will formalize Biden's Electoral College victory, a development that is likely to expose him and other Republicans to the wrath of GOP voters who believe President Donald Trump's false claim that the election was stolen from him. And by the way, he's already avoiding Trump's voter fraud claims and keeping busy with other things. So for instance, it's a tactic Pence has used in recent weeks: stay out of the spotlight and insulate himself from his boss's election fraud crusade, while still bolstering his own credentials. While he has privately assisted the Trump campaign when asked, joining donor calls and lending his signature to fundraising pleas, his public comments, and I think we've all noticed this, since the election have almost all centered on the other topics, including hosting an event focused on the Trump administration's anti-abortion policy. So he's just avoiding this as much as humanly possible, and I don't think that it's a mistake that he's planning on leaving the country immediately after Congress formalizes the vote for Joe Biden.
Anna, I reread that story. I'm not convinced he's leaving after. I think he's left his plans open for maybe leaving before. I'm not kidding. And let me explain.
Oh my God.
Okay,
go.
So if he is presiding, he is put in a no-win situation, because if he calls for an alternate slate of electors, they have no chance of winning that legislatively because the House can block it. And so McConnell's gonna be furious at him. Don't be a dummy and make us go on the record as opposing Trump, because we have to. And if or supporting Trump, in which case you're gonna hurt our swing state senators. So do not call for alternate electors. Trump, on the other hand, says, you better call for alternate electors. Otherwise, I'm gonna do a mean tweet about you, and your 4 years of kissing my ass is gonna be flushed down the toilet in one day. And then you're gonna be public enemy number one, and you're gonna join the list with Bill Barr and Jeff Sessions and all the other people who made the mistake of trusting me and being loyal to me all this time. And I'm gonna ruin you. So he's in a no-win situation. That's why he's got a one-way ticket out of town. He's going to Poland and not coming back. Guys, let's keep it real. I know the rest of the media has to play cutesy games. He's going to Poland. He's going to Poland. The vice president has to go to Poland 2 weeks before the inauguration. Come on.
No, I'm sure. No, Cenk, I'm sure he has some serious business in Poland. Like, I'm sure. But I do want to give you a statement from a Pence ally who spoke to Politico and said the following about this trip. I suspect the timing is anything but coincidental.
That's like as far as Politico will go. They'll have a quote from someone saying it might not be coincidental. He doesn't have to go to Poland. He doesn't have to go to Bahrain right before, on the same day that he's supposed to be presiding over the Electoral College formal vote in the Senate. It's hilarious. No, the correct article there is Mike Pence has packed his bags and he's trying to figure out where to run.
Well, when we come back from the break, there is obviously a very dark side to Donald Trump failing and refusing to concede. There have already been acts of violence committed by Trump supporters who are absolutely convinced that the election was stolen from him, despite the lack of evidence proving that actually happened. We'll give you the details on a story involving a former police captain when we come back.
All right, guys, I want to tell you about something really important. You got to stop the steal, okay? They're trying to steal your information from your computer, but you're going to stop it by going to tyt.com/purevpn. You think they're going to get your credit cards? No way. You think they're going to find out which sites you've been to? No way. Not if you go to tyt.com/purevpn. That way your computer looks pure, even though we all know it ain't. Okay, there's 88% off for the last 5 years, for the next 5 years. What do you want, 89% off? All right, you get it, tyt.com/purevpn to protect your computer. All right, so, and I also wanna tell you about, Press On. You know, we're asking you for help on tyt.com/go. This is the last month of that campaign. We're trying to get to 2 million. There's gonna be a Santa gift at some point. It's all gonna be great. But you guys are our Santa too. So if you wanna know what you could name if you're doing a big donation, one, we would appreciate it. Two, we got your guys' names all over the studio. Our mics, our chairs, the rooms, the screens, etc. And you could take advantage of that. You could participate in that, and you help get out good progressive message. And we honor you in the studio. So to find out what you could name, go to tyt.com/press on, okay? tyt.com/press on. All right, so now some great comments in the member section. Spawn 1960 says, the Bible states you have a better chance of getting into getting a camel through the eye of a needle than being a rich person getting into heaven. That is a fact. You could read it in the Bible. It's one of the most often quoted phrases, yet apparently somehow all the prosperity gospel folks missed it, even though they're preachers. Dave of Triffids with a terrific point. Trump electors were selected by a performative hand-raising ceremony accompanied by a press release. TYT could do the same thing. They'd be just as official or lack thereof. Anna, you want to do it now? Let's do it. Okay.
No, hold on. We need to first find a random parking lot for a landscaping company next to a porn shop, and then do it. Let's try to make it a little official. Come on.
Yeah, I hear you. We're gonna go to Four Season Fertilizers. Meet us there. Okay. Anyways, I am an elector for Nina Turner. I nominate Nina Turner for president. Do I have a second?
Raising my hand.
Okay.
Brett is also raising his hand. We have three electors. That's it.
Well, I demand Nancy Pelosi recognize Nina Turner as the actual winner of the election. You're right. Anybody can do this. What we just did is just as legal as the Trump electors in those states. No joke. There's no difference at all. I love our viewers. Shay72 says, as a Christian, I feel these mega church preachers who took the PPP money make the rest of us look like thieves and hypocrites. That is not how we need to act. We need to help the helpless. I love you. That's exactly right. Way to be an excellent Christian. We'll be back. All right, back on the Young Turks. Cenk and Anna, go.
All right. Initially, when Donald Trump refused to concede that he had lost to Joe Biden in the general election, there were two problems. Problem number one was the possibility that Republicans could potentially try to throw out ballots in key battleground states with the help of a Supreme Court that's overwhelmingly conservative now. Now that that's done and we don't have to worry about it, we need to really address the second major problem that we're already starting to see the consequences of. Trump supporters who are absolutely convinced, even without evidence, that Donald Trump had this election taken from him, that he was the real victor, the real winner. Now, again, no evidence of that whatsoever. Every single challenge to this election has been thrown out of court. The Supreme Court wouldn't even hear these cases because of how ridiculous they are and how they have no merit. But unfortunately, we've seen acts of violence carried out by Trump supporters, including a former police captain in Houston who decided to point a gun at an innocent worker who was doing absolutely nothing wrong. Now, luckily, no one got hurt, but this could have unfortunately escalated to a point where someone got killed. Now, let me give you the details. Mark Anthony Aguirre, he's a 63-year-old, was arrested on Tuesday and is charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, a second-degree felony punishable by up to 20 years in prison, prosecutors said. Now, this man was apparently following and stalking some random AC repairman, a random worker, and was convinced that this worker was in possession of illegal ballots. So Aguirre allegedly ran his SUV into the back of this man's truck. And when the man got out, Aguirre pointed a gun at him, forced him to the ground and put his knee on the man's back. And then there's an image captured by police body camera where when officers arrived. So officers know what the scene looked like. He obviously met this random worker in a violent way. Aguirre said he suspected there were 750,000 fraudulent ballots inside the truck, and that the man was the mastermind of a giant voter fraud, the release states. Okay, so who was this person who was being targeted? David Lopez Zuniga. turned out to be an innocent air conditioner repairman. In fact, the only thing he had in his, like, this is terrifying and scary and sad. Like, on one hand, these clowns, I mean, you have this temptation to dunk on them, right? But this is just a random guy, he's in the HVAC business. He's just trying to do his job, and he's being stalked for 4 days straight by this lunatic and his friends. It turns out that Aguirre has also been paid by some organization called Liberty Center for God and Country. He was paid more than $260,000 by this organization to investigate alleged ballot schemes in the Houston area, prosecutors alleged, and received about $211,000 the day following the incident. And by the way, he's out on bond. So he posted $30,000 bond on Tuesday, so he's out of prison. This guy is dangerous. I think someone like that who's willing to point a gun on an innocent worker should not be given any type of bail. He should definitely be in custody right now. He's dangerous.
So let's talk about all the super scary parts of this story. So this guy's not currently police. He's a former police captain. So he's not in uniform because he doesn't have a uniform. So he runs a guy off the road, pulls a gun on him, and he actually took the safety off. That's what the guy says. That's when I thought I was gonna die. Okay, then he puts him on the ground, puts his knee on his back, and he's like, "I got you." Okay, now, do you know what his theory was? His theory was, quote, that this poor guy was, quote, using Hispanic children to sign the ballots. So this guy's totally unhinged. He thought the HVAC guy had 750,000 ballots made by Hispanic children. Like total cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Now, the second scary part is, as Anna told you this, is the guy's tracking him for 4 days, he doesn't know. They might be tracking you, you don't know. They got lunatics out there tracking people. But wait a minute, you're not in the HVAC business, why would they track you? That's my point, they could be tracking anyone. The guy's doesn't have anything to do with the voting. He's in air conditioning. Who knows if you're into dishwashing, laundry, I don't know. They could be tracking you going, oh, I got it. Oh, this is the guy with all the Hispanic children who are doing the fake ballots. Guys, the reason why this is a really important story, other than it's outrageous and unbelievable, is that I'm worried that these folks, the Donald Trump and the conspiracy theories in the right wing have unleashed mentally unstable people with weapons all over the country, doing insane things left and right. I mean, this is the height of insanity. And now the last part of it is maybe the scariest. That right-wing organization sends him, the guy who did the crime, they send him $211,000 the day after he did the crime. They don't look and go, oh, you pulled a gun on the wrong guy. Well, first of all, don't pull a gun on anyone, but you pull on a poor air conditioning guy. Oh, great job. Here's $211,000. They don't say that that's a bad job. Whoa, I'm embarrassed. I don't want anything to do with this guy. Turns out he's not good at being a private detective or whatever I thought he was doing, and this is gonna get me in trouble. No, they're like, oh, you intimidated people randomly by pointing guns at people who didn't do anything and scare the hell out of them. Good job. Here's $211,000. Who else are they paying to terrorize us?
So, I mean, okay, so what I wanna know is this Liberty Center for God and Country that's spending this money, paying this guy after he committed the crime. Any consequences for them? Any investigation? I mean, they're financially supporting criminal activity. So are they off the hook?
Point. That's such a great point. I hadn't thought of that. So let's break that down. Remember, Republicans proposed that if anyone talks to Antifa, they will be considered as part of their organizing of a protest. And if anyone gets hurt at a protest, even if it's a right-wing murdering a left-wing protester, well, Antifa organized a protest and you talk to someone who went to the protest, we think we should lock you up. That was actually proposed. But by the way, let's just side note from the party that believes in free speech. Okay, so now a guy actually commits a crime, they pay him to commit the crime, and that's not aiding and abetting. Wait a minute, that actually is aiding and abetting. They paid him to commit that crime after he committed it. So if you're gonna investigate anyone, that would actually be a real case. But they're like, no, freedom of speech, man. We get to pull you over and point a gun at your head because of freedom of speech. And we get to pay somebody $200,000 to do that because of freedom of speech. But if you talk to the wrong guy at a protest, we should lock you up. These guys are unbelievably un-American.
Yeah, and look, I'm not one of these people who wants to make our audience afraid to be out and about. But yeah, the point you made, Cenk, is a really good one about how someone could just be watching you right now thinking that you have illegal ballots in your car or you're engaged in something crazy or nefarious. I mean, we're talking again, like I'm just trying to picture like what was going through the mind of this random innocent HVAC worker who got targeted by this lunatic, right? Imagine being pulled to the ground and have a gun pointed at you and not understand what's going on. I'm so happy that no one got hurt. But this is what Donald Trump and Republican lawmakers who egg him on are encouraging in the country. There is a very serious consequence to it. And there needs to be criminal consequences for people who do these things, people who aid and abet these things. So there's at least some sort of deterrent. There's some way of keeping people safe out there. Because Trump's not gonna stop. He's not gonna stop while he's in this lame duck, presidency. He's not gonna stop once he's out of the White House, after he's dragged out by Secret Service.
So the right wing used to say, well, you don't have to worry about anything if you didn't do anything wrong. Well, the air conditioning dude didn't do anything wrong. And he's got to worry because some random Trump supporting lunatic thought he had Hispanic children in his air conditioning unit who were doing fake ballots. So, I mean, are you sure they don't think you have Hispanic children hiding in your air conditioning? I mean, how can you tell? They're crazy. So this is called stochastic terrorism, where they do random acts of terrorism. And then Trump washes his hands of it and goes, well, I didn't tell this guy to pull the gun on the guy. I just told him, watch out for the ballot stuffing. It's in suitcases. It gets moved around a lot. It's in dollies. You remember Crowder did that? Oh, we found a dolly and there's something in the dolly, attack, right? So when you encourage lunatics, you get lunatics.
Yeah, we got to take a break. When we come back, a story that will enrage you, because now all of a sudden Democrats are being asked, not asked, it's being demanded that they play nice with Republicans. Should they? I don't know. I'll give you the details on that and more when we come back. Yeah, so do I.
All right, back on Young Turks. So AZ Progressive writes in the member section, every single local news station needs to cover as many evictions as possible in the next few months. Once you shine a light on the millions of people affected by this crisis, maybe then change will come. And I wanted to say why that's such a great point. It stands on its own, but when you combine it with what local news does show over and over again, it becomes even better. Because remember, when there was peaceful protests, okay, they covered some of the protests. The minute there was any fire, they covered it 24/7. Rioting, looting, burning, fire, looting, right? Now, people are getting thrown out of their house, and credit to Voice of America, who did a good piece on it, NBC, who wrote about it, right? But yeah, what if local news showed that? Then people might get outraged. They get outraged about protests when 93% of the protests were peaceful, but that's not what they saw on their local news. If local news decided to show the evictions, by the way, it would actually be good for ratings too. People, it's sad, it's emotional, it's passionate, it makes you root for your fellow man, etc. But they choose not to show that. And so nobody gets outraged about the right things. They get outraged about the wrong things because of decisions that the media made. That's just the reality. And so thank you for being a member too, by the way. tyt.com/join to become a member. If you're on YouTube, you just hit the join button below. Okay. Stacy, another one of our members, wrote in, just got my 2 Strong coffee, love it. I'm so excited to try it tomorrow. Got some me and some for my sister and her husband for Christmas. Yes, I'm keeping the free mug, yay. I love it. Okay, so by the way, in the normal orders, you get this free mug, right? If you do 3 bags or more. In the special Santa holiday one, you get this mug. It's $20 for the mug, 25 with a sampler set, 45 with Santa's package, where you get the 2 Uprising and Rebel Roast. Santa's progressive and Jesus is 2. It's 2strongcoffee.com/TYT. And by the way, I can't keep it in the house. So it's so good. Every time my sister comes, she snatches it. Then my mom says, well, where's mine? And then I got to give it to her. And then a friend comes over and he takes some. Because seriously, everyone who drinks it is like, no, I'm taking it. Well, you got more? I'm taking it. Okay. So anyways, check it out. I think you'll love it. Now, I wanted to say, John Person on Super Chat, when we were voting on Nina Turner for president, seconded, so I guess it's official. Obi Mom Kenobi on Twitch gifted 15 subs. Monique gifted 2 subs. DJ Addy gifted 5 subs and 1,000 bits. We appreciate it. Frank Morningtree donated 2,000 bits. Depressed Progressive always makes us happy with, and this time 900 bits. And then, oh my God, Sunset 90, I'm just me, Uniria, I am Napkins, Tip Tony, Boca 1978, Tandoori Taco, Fortunato Bones, Hypernovus, Alana 2276, Seymour Demonica, Avatar Thermo Jockey. We thank you all. You're the best. All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Casper with you. Casper, take it away.
All right. Well, as we know, Republicans don't shy away from saying some of the most horrific things about their political opponents. They've empowered QAnon, which goes around accusing its political opponents of being child predators and child sex traffickers, all sorts of nonsense. But now anonymous Democratic donors are upset with Joe Biden's incoming deputy chief of staff. Her name is Jen O'Malley Dillon, I should say, for a comment that she made about Republicans. So angry Biden donors complained to him about Dillon labeling the administration's future legislative partners across the aisle as a bunch of effers. She did so in a glamour profile. Biden, during the presidential campaign, emphasized unity, which he probably shouldn't have, and then he continues doing it, and it's really embarrassing because these are not people that you want to unify with. That's what the rest of the graphic should be. Now, let's talk a little bit about what Kayleigh McEnany had to say about all of this today. Kayleigh McEnany said, "Effers, they think we're deplorable, irredeemable effers." To which I say, yes. People like Kayleigh McEnany, who lied to the American people on behalf of a president who had no interest in doing the right thing, even during a pandemic. These people are effers. They're deplorable effers. Sorry. I also want to remind you that back in 2012, Kayleigh McEnany said this about Barack Obama: "How I Met Your Brother, never mind, forgot. He's still in that hut in Kenya. Hashtag Obama TV shows." Oh, are we supposed to apologize for hurting Kayleigh McEnany's feelings? Why are Democratic donors making a big deal about this?
Yeah, I know why. Because they're Republicans. No, I'm not joking.
Bingo. No, 100%. You're absolutely right.
So a lot of the top donors give to both Democrats and Republicans, which is logical. You're bribing both sides, and whoever wins, you win. Because when they give the equivalent of $1 to a politician, and I've shown you this in the past, they get back about $2,000 for every dollar they contribute. So it depends on the situation, and that's a certain time period, and I can go into a long explanation. But if you're gonna get $2,000 back, the smart play is to give $1 to the Republican and $1 to the Democrat. Make sense? So that's why they do, a lot of them do. And even for the Democratic donors that don't give to Republicans, some of those folks are good people on social issues. They're not racist or bigoted or anything like that, but they still are very conservative economically. They're like, no, I want my tax cuts and you'll deregulate my industry, but just don't be mean to black people. Okay, so that's what separates a lot of top Democratic donors and Republican donors. And sometimes nothing separates them because they're the same person. So those same donors then come and say to Democrats, don't you ever criticize Republicans. That's exactly how the Democratic Party got neutered. So think about it, guys. And every one of you will relate to this. Whenever Republicans win, do you see anybody ever saying out, oh, they gotta reach out to liberals? Trump has to reach out to Democrats and liberals, and he didn't reach out enough. Oh, Mitch McConnell, he's gotta reach out and make liberals happy. No, no one ever says that. That's not an expectation in Washington. No Republican donor says, now make sure you're good to the people trying to raise my taxes. Be more polite to them, right? But again, I get infuriated by the media because no one ever notices, hey, whenever a Republican wins, they say it's a mandate. Trump lost the popular vote by 3 million last time and called it a mandate and said, that's it, I never have to work with Democrats again. Now remember, in the last 2 years, the Democrats had the House. So under mainstream media logic, well, no, you gotta go kiss Nancy Pelosi's ass. You have to be good to her. You have to say great things about Democrats. No, they never do that. But the minute a Democrat wins, they're like, you gotta be nice to the Republicans. You're bipartisan, you gotta be nice to Republicans. You said a naughty word about a Republican. You have to go out there and apologize. And by the way, guess what? She walked it back today. She said,
oh, come on, Cenk. I didn't see that update.
Poor word choice, etc. Blah blah blah, and humiliating walking back of that statement because the donors made her do it. Now look, she was Biden's campaign manager. They barely won this election. It was 77,000 votes in 4 states that made the difference. An election they should have crushed in, and they ruined it for down ballot Democrats. And she is nowhere near a progressive. I am not a fan of hers at all. The only thing I agree with her is calling Republicans effers and making her go out and apologize for that. Look, I'll give you one last thing. Anna alluded to it. There's a poll out and it's backed up by another poll. So it's not an accident, it's not wrong. 50% of Trump voters think that the Democratic leadership runs a child sex trafficking ring. 50%. Another 33% are not sure. They might or might not be child pedophiles and organized criminal gang of child pedophiles. That's what they got 88% of Republican voters to believe that and think it definitely is or might be possible. That's what they did to Democrats. And no one in the media ever asked them to apologize. Nobody ever said, oh my God, you called Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden child molesters. You can't ever work with them. You gotta go apologize. You gotta get on your hands and knees. No, that's totally fine. No problem. But one staffer says one curse word, a curse words, by the way, that Trump uses all the time. And then the fake outrage. Oh my God, what have they done to the poor Republican? You have to apologize, you monsters, you Democrats that are so mean to Republicans. How do you see all this? And you don't see the media calling it out and think that there isn't a game being played on you.
Man, Well, look, there are some Democrats who refuse to apologize for saying things that are just true about their political opponents. And one of them, I want to give some credit to Representative Jared Huffman. He's a Democrat. He represents California's 2nd District. And back in 2018, while talking about Betsy DeVos, he said that she's dumber than a bag of hammers. And he did get a lot of heat for it. And so he has updated his position on this. But first, let me give you what the original tweet said. Dear President Trump, if you want to meet someone who has an actual IQ problem, as opposed to just being black, meet you, Education Secretary Betsy DeVos, rich, white, and dumber than a bag of hammers. So 2 years later, he did issue an apology. He did. This is what the apology looked like. I once took heat for calling Betsy DeVos dumb as a bag of hammers, but after 4 years as our education secretary, I now realize an apology is owed to hammers.
Yes.
So, yeah. Look, you and I got into a pretty big debate last week about whether or not it makes sense to call Republicans dumb. And I think I was clear on the distinction, but I want to reiterate the distinction. As tempting as it is to be harsh toward voters we disagree with, average, ordinary Americans, I don't necessarily think that's the right strategy. I think that if you want to persuade people, you got to find the common ground. I'm not saying that this applies to everyone. I want to be clear about that. But there might be some, poorly informed, misinformed Republican voters who live in this conservative media bubble. They don't know better, but they're certainly experiencing the same economic conditions we are. They're still, experiencing a corrupt political system, much like we are. But when it comes to people in positions of power, okay, the Betsy DeVos's of the world with 1 million, different yachts and homes and all the power in the world, no, have at it, because then you're punching up. These are people who have skirted taxes, who have taken advantage of opportunities in this country to become tremendously wealthy, and then they've shut the door behind them. They've refused to do their patriotic duty in giving back to this country that made opportunities possible for them. And so I'm all for punching up and going after people in positions of power. And so you want to call Betsy DeVos dumb, which by the way, she absolutely is. Have you seen her in a single interview? Have at it. I'm not gonna go after you for that.
Well, so now, but it's easier to call Republican politicians dumb. We're the only non-right-wing show, not the only one, but certainly the biggest, that actually will say it of Democrats. And in mainstream media, that is unacceptable. Those are their best friends, and you're not allowed to say it. But I'm gonna share a quote here that's gonna drive you crazy, and then I will call Joe Biden dumb. So, quoting Axios, Biden wants to project a message that Republicans aren't bad people, and that when Donald Trump departs the scene, they may have, quote, an epiphany. Really? After all this time, you think Republican politicians are gonna have an epiphany? And they're gonna turn around and work with you, Joe? Nah, you don't get it, man. There's no way you could be smart if you think that. I mean, that means you're totally blind to all that has happened in the last 2 decades of American politics. You still think, no, man, my buddy Strom Thurmond and my buddy Trent Lott and my buddy Bob Dole are gonna come in, man. They're gonna have an epiphany, man. And Corn Pop's gonna come in and we're all gonna work together. No, you're not. They're gonna eviscerate you. And so if you go and try to work with them, it's a political death trap. They wrestle you to the ground until you can't get anything done, and then they turn around and blame you for not getting anything done. It is the most obvious political trap of all time, and Joe Biden's walking into it like, I think my friends on the Republican side are gonna have an epiphany. I'm not saying bag of hammers, but look around and find some sort of bag, because that is not a smart position. And if you're offended by that, I don't care.
All right, we have a little bit of time left. Let's do one more story. And I wanna talk about wages if that's possible, because we can, we talk about how progressives are not making as much progress as we'd like, but to be fair, the conversations are shifting. So The New York Times editorial board back in the 1980s was very much against a federal minimum wage. I'll remind you with an unbelievable headline in just a minute, but recently, the editorial board actually put out an opinion piece saying that we absolutely must stop cutting taxes for the rich, and we absolutely must increase wages for ordinary American workers. So here's what the piece looks like. Let's talk about higher wages. And the subheadline is, the nation and the Democratic Party desperately needs a replacement for the tired story that tax cuts drive economic growth. They also write, when Democrats do talk about encouraging economic growth, they often sound like Republicans with a few misgivings, the party of kinder, better tax cuts. The nation needs a better story about the drivers of economic growth to marshal support for better public policies. The painful lessons of recent decades, along with recent economic research, point to a promising candidate: higher wages. And let me just remind you of what the editorial board, of course, made up of completely different people in 1987, said about what the federal minimum wage should be. The right minimum wage, $0. That was the headline on January 14th, 1987. Cenk. So
this is why we push the corporate media, because their instinct is to protect the status quo. Credit to New York Times and Politico of all places, probably two places most guilty of it. But for running editorials, including from, I think, Politico's founder, New York Times ran an editorial from a respected columnist saying maybe we might have a centrist bias. Like, it never occurred to us, but now we're thinking maybe that's a thing. Yeah, that's what we've been screaming for 20 years, that you've got that bias. And that is why we fight. Because fighting is not just for venting, it is to push people in the right direction. So I don't think the people writing the New York Times today are evil people. I think that they're in a bubble and they've got groupthink. And they think if it's centrist and corporate Democrats and corporate Republicans agree to it, it must be awesome. And if they don't agree to it, it must be radical by definition. So they made helping the American people a radical position. And yes, the New York Times did that. And so now us pushing so hard has gotten them to realize, like, hey, maybe higher wages for the average American is what should happen in a democracy. To which I say, of course, of course. Right. I mean, how many times have you watched the Young Turks, have you heard us say higher wages? It's the most obvious thing in the world. And in the year 2020, New York Times finally figured out, oh yeah, how about higher wages?
Yeah, and look, I think that they probably realized, oh, wait, hold on. Look at all these red states that are passing wage increases, right? Either through ballot initiatives or legislatively. So Florida, as we know, through a ballot initiative, overwhelmingly voted in favor of increasing the minimum wage. Then you have Missouri, Arkansas. We're not talking about, California, although California has consistently increased its statewide minimum wage. They also urge Biden to increase minimum wage immediately. We'd all be better off paying less attention to quarterly updates on the growth of the nation's gross domestic product and focusing instead on the growth of workers' paychecks. And I totally agree with that.
By the way, you know why they have this position now? It's because those red states, by voting to increase minimum wage, gave them permission. They made it centrist, so the New York Times was allowed to say this. But nonetheless, I'll give them credit. They have the right position now. All right, post game just for the members right now.
I'll predict right here for you, Chris. I think Donald Trump will leave office before his term is up. He'll be humiliated, embarrassed, and I know him. He's not going to want to lose, and he's going to run for the hills.
You got that bet all day long.
Okay, let's get after it. Now, so look, Jake has made some good predictions, and this is in good fun. I could not disagree more.
There's a little bromance between the two of them. You got that bet all day long, Janky, you. Oh, you stop. In the meantime, let's call him out on the damage.
But
I just got a Roku set. Did basically a little bit of channel surfing, and I was like, there we are. Yeah. There we are. And then I turned it on, and it was John and Brett on Damage Report making fun of me.
Oh no.
So you are so busted. I even took a picture of it, okay? And they're talking about my predictions. I got a new prediction for you, John Idarola.
You're doing a show that's blowing the doors off everybody.
Young Turks is the largest online news network, not a big deal.
We're gonna rock the boat. We're gonna be counter-establishment. We're gonna tell people the truth to the best of our abilities. We're so sick of this corruption. We're not the robots on TV. I actually care about the news. Guilty, I care. Fourth day on Occupy Wall Street. Last night we launched Wolfpack. It's us pushing our ideas out there, trying to help the country in every way that we can, trying to make this place just a little bit better. Reporting from the Hillary-Bernie debate, I gotta be honest, you know what we do, we cover it for real. For us, this system isn't working. Free and fair elections.
And when he told the cops that day, when they came to drag her away, and he said, if you're gonna chain her, you're gonna chain me. If you're gonna arrest her, you're gonna arrest me.
Joseph Kyle. I do audio for the main show, The Young Turks. I also do audio for Post Game. I started in 2006. I met Cenk Uygur at the Iraq for Sale screening that was directed by Robert Greenwald. And watching that, I want to figure out a way to be part of something that's genuine and authentic.
Back on the Young Turks post game, Cenk and Anna. Now we're gonna have fun. We're gonna talk about poetry again a little bit. We're gonna talk about Secret Santa and the strength of my 8-year-old daughter, and she's gonna show you how to fight in politics. And so we'll get to all that. It'll be super fun. But first, I hate to read this comment from Loretto, who is a member, because it starts with Anna makes a good point. But fine, I'll do it. Anna makes a good point about extending tolerance to people who are misinformed. But there is no excuse for meanness and violence. So Loretto sounds lovely. That is overall true, of course. But I will not. I'm kidding. So guys, I actually want to do a show, wish us luck. I think on the right platform, I literally think it'll be the #1 show in America, where I don't want to give away too much of it, but it's simple. Where I go talk to Trump voters and families and stuff like that. And if you remember, you probably know me well enough. Like, yeah, we'll yell in the beginning, right? And then you know what I'll do? I'll listen to them, and then I'll talk to them, and then I'll explain what our positions are. And I guarantee you, with a huge majority of them, they have no idea what we actually stand for. They have no idea how much we have in common and how much we're all getting screwed together. And if I explain it to them, will it work with everybody? Of course not, right? But with some folks, will they be like, oh, that's not what I heard at all. And I think that, can we get through to Trump voters? Absolutely. And it's, you fight when you fight. Look, in my ideal world, we do what Mandela did. After when he was fighting the white racist government, and how right wingers are going to get triggered. No, but they were literally racist. They declared themselves racist. They enforced racism. Look it up. Okay. Anyway, it's there. The right wing lives in such an alternate reality bubble that you have to constantly explain things that are obvious, like slavery was racist. They're like, I mean, the war to get rid of slavery was to tackle racism. It was about racism. I think it was about peach cobbler. You say peach cobbler, you say racism, I say peach cobbler. Anyway, today somebody asked me in a media organization, can you show that Native Americans were really ethnically cleansed? I'm like, wait, is that we're debating that? That's a debatable question. Okay, that's interesting, right? So anyways, so there are things that are debatable and not debatable, but those folks, to Anna's point and to your point, a lot of them never heard the right positions. They just heard Tucker Carlson tell them that we're gonna make them drink Starbucks coffee every day. So they think like, if I don't like Starbucks coffee and I want too strong coffee, why is Biden gonna make me do that? That's it, I hate Biden. If I thought Biden was gonna make me drink mediocre coffee, I might hate him too. Right? So and somebody's got to snap them out of it. Can I do that? I don't know, but I'm gonna try, because I think it'll make the country better.
Yeah. All right, so I wanted to just read a quick message. I'm not gonna say the name of the person who sent me this message because I didn't ask for permission to read the message before reading it, which I'm about to do right now. But it's a sweet message, and it's regarding the post-game show that you and I had this week, where I shared a poem by Rumi, which I really loved. I thought it really inspired me. It was all about kind of leaning into, and of course, this kind of wording wasn't used, I'm paraphrasing, but leaning into some of the more uncomfortable moments of your life, because it could mean that things are changing, and that's scary. But if you open yourself up to that change, you might find yourself, in a delightful situation, right? So one of our members, and I hope that this member is watching this right now, wrote in and said, "Thank you, Anna. I don't know if you'll ever receive this message. Nonetheless, I wanted to share how powerful and transformational your December 15th post-game segment was for me. Rumi's poem and you relating it to a long-term relationship you were no longer happy in, and the fear of the unknown gave me the strength and the will to end my 10-year relationship." I know that sounds sad, but it's immediately followed with, "Please know that he and I ended it in love, and it's what was best for both of us. You changed my life," although I think that's a bit much, but thank you. And then there's a thank you at the very end. But that really made me happy. Like, that made me smile. And thank you for taking the time to send that message, because I don't know, I thought about sharing that poem with you guys, and then I was like, is that weird? Is it weird to share that poem? I'm glad I did. I'm glad that it spoke to people who watch the post game, and I'm glad that the person who wrote in took a big step in their life and made some changes that were necessary.
Yeah, no, there's certain things I never regret, right? One is kicking Republican ass. No, I'm kidding. So like, in my personal life, there is no minute of exercise that is wasted, because it probably adds 2 minutes to your life. So every time you do it, you get something positive out of it. Now, is that a mathematical equation? No, I don't know what it really does, but I can't go wrong by exercising. Maybe you can, but I can't, okay? I can't go wrong by spending more time with my kids. That's never wasted, right? And on this show, talking about positive things, whether gets you a bigger audience or is the right thing, like the best topic or not, I just feel like that's one of those things that you can't ever be wrong about. You just put a positive change and positive message in the world and see where it goes. And if it's not that well received, it's okay. It's still better that you said it than you didn't say it. So that's why I love that you read that poem. I want to go back to poems in a second because apparently we're doing poetry jams now on TYT. Everybody jump out the window. No, I just want to tell you what my favorite poem is in a second. But Dill Pickle wrote in our member section with a Michael Brooks quote. He said, quote, "Be ruthless with systems, be kind to people." And so as usual, wise words from Michael. So, and that's exactly right. And in different ways, I've said that many times. Have I slipped in the Trump years? Probably, because, and the reason I did it is because Trump's such a bully that you need another bully to stand up to him. And if you guys are longtime members, you'll remember the stories I've told about when I was in school. I loved fighting bullies because I love to fight anyway. And I'm like, nah, I get to fight for justice. Who doesn't want this? The people who don't want it is people who don't like getting punched in the face. But that I didn't mind. So, so I'd get in the fight for that. I never understand people who don't fight for justice. If you're gonna fight, don't you feel better if you fight for justice? But not every time.
Some people just aren't fighters. Like some people, it's just not what they like to do, period, right? It's not, if everyone's a fighter and it's either you fight for justice or fight for bad things. It's just some people don't want, like, it's not in them. 100%. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
like
totally
Christian is not a fighter. Like he doesn't like confrontation. He doesn't like yelling. He gets super he gets uncomfortable when I'm just simply talking about like something in politics and I'm getting like passionate about it. It's just the two of us. I'm not even arguing with anyone or fighting with anyone. I'm just like, my tone changes because I'm into it. So people are different. People are sometimes hypersensitive to any type of conflict or discomfort. And so, but you're different. Like you love to fight.
Yeah. So you're 100% right about that. So that's why I said, if you like to fight, right? So it's totally okay. You don't have to be a fight. Don't worry, I'll do it for you. So, but if you like to fight, why wouldn't you fight for justice? If you just fight for yourself, it doesn't feel as good. So I always think like the people who are greedy are stupid. It's not just that like, they're bad people because they want more. No, they're also dumb people. You already have enough. And instead of making yourself feel better by helping others, you're making yourself feel worse by taking from others. It's not just an evil strategy, it's a dumb strategy. Okay, and so, but I totally get what you're saying. And like my mom, in all these years, still doesn't understand the same exact thing. Like my dad will get worked up about politics, and he'd be like, "This is goddamn Mitch McConnell. That Mitch better have my money." Okay, so he doesn't say that last part. Okay, but my mom's like, "Don't get so upset. What do you get your dad upset?" I'm like, he's not upset. He's just venting about something that he's frustrated about politically. He's not actually angry at you or. I mean, he's angry at Mitch McConnell, but it's not a bad thing. It's fine, right? And everybody's different. So my mom doesn't get it. She's like, "What is Mitch McConnell do? Oh, I feel bad." I'm like, don't feel bad. Anyways, so and I wanted to finish the thought I had about Mandela too, because it relates to this. So Mandela, when he was fighting apartheid. I mean, he fought so much, let's be honest. In the beginning, he was doing bombs, okay? And so, and people say, "Oh no, you're terrible, that's a terrorist." Dude, they would not give rights to all black people in South Africa. That's terrorism, right? So anyway, I don't want to get back to that debate, but my point is that Mandela, who literally engaged in warfare against the apartheid government, once he got into power, did truth and reconciliation, Part of that was to acknowledge what happened in South Africa so there could be kind of a cleansing moment, a healing moment. But the other half of it was so that we could forgive and move on. But you need truth and reconciliation before you get to forgiveness. And before that, you need victory. So once we get victory, and I don't mean Biden going, oh yeah, I think Republicans are gonna have epiphanies. Let's cut taxes together. No, I mean progressive victory. Then yes, would we be magnanimous? I would hope that I would lead that charge. Absolutely, we should be magnanimous. But we can't do it while they're actively oppressing people and they're in power. That's not the time to do it. So, okay, now speaking of strength, and by the way, that's why I've always thought guys like Nelson Mandela were the strongest people in the world, because it doesn't take courage to throw a punch, it takes courage to take a punch. And Mandela sat in that prison for decades and did not budge. Anytime you have a story like that where the oppressors say, all you gotta say is sorry, and we're gonna let you out of prison. You just gotta admit that we're right and you're wrong. And he just would not bend. Oh, that can't do it. Strength. That is, bully idiots like Trump think they're strong. They're the weakest, most insecure, sad little men. A guy like Mandela, who broke rocks for, 27 years or something, just because he wouldn't say that they were right. And he wouldn't betray his own people. Oh, I love that, I love that. So that leads to my daughter. Now, this is a political strength story hidden inside a Secret Santa story. Okay, so Joy loves presents. She's 8 years old, and she's like, every other night she's having a debate at the dinner table. What's my favorite holiday? Is it Christmas or my birthday? On the one hand, Christmas, you get more presents. On the other hand, the birthday is just mine. Keeping it real, okay?
Yeah.
So anyways, so she loves Christmas, and we do our presents on Christmas Eve. No, we're not Christians, but yes, we're Americans. And then Santa brings presents obviously that night. And so they'll get the Santa present in the morning. So we've already got 2 rounds. And Joy decided, not enough. We need to do pre-Christmas Secret Santa. Because she heard about it, so it was over. So what did she do? She cut out a cardboard box, designed it, put all of our names in it in paper, and then went around and said, pick your Secret Santa. And then you can't not pick it because it's so precious and we're having fun and it's a game and you're gonna disappoint her. And then so once you pick it though, it just happened. Now we're doing Secret Santa. Now we're doing 3 rounds of gifts. That's political strength.
Well done, well done. That's actually super savvy and super smart. Wow, I love it.
Yeah, because if you fight with strength and you assume that you're gonna get your way, 9 out of 10 times you do, right? And so she's doing that in the context of presents that she wants, but you could definitely do that in politics. It's just the Democrats choose not to, So that's why we tell you. And I said this during my campaign.
She should be a Democratic consultant. She'll make a lot of money.
Well, no, she wouldn't, because she'd give them the right advice and wouldn't make as much money. Look here.
She wouldn't get hired. Yeah.
Yeah. So let me divert to that for a second. Back to politics for a second. To this day, Democratic consultants are saying, put most of your money in TV, even though they know that the TV areas, so the cities that TV serves, the broadcasting area is different than the districts. So by definition, you will be overspending money on TV, and TV is too expensive anyway. And a lot of times it's going to people who are not your voters. Whereas if you do it on Facebook or social media or online, you could target just your voters. There is no question that digital media is far more efficient. And then Donald Trump proved it in 2016. His social media spend crushed Hillary Clinton's TV spend, even though he spent a lot less money. To this day, Democratic consultants are telling all of their candidates to waste their money on TV. Why? Because they get 15% of the spend. So the more that the Democrat wastes, the more money the consultant makes. It's just revolting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. You want to go back to poetry?
Yes, yeah. So I want to know what your favorite poem. I didn't know you had a favorite poem. And is it a poem other than the one that you wrote?
Well, to be fair, the one I wrote is so good that I don't think anybody could blame me if I said it was mine, right? That was my favorite. I hear it's a lot of people's favorite. That's what I hear.
Yep.
Okay.
We should. I wonder if it's Ben's favorite. Like Ben loves to bring up that poem. I feel like Ben brings up that poem more than anyone I know. Like it somehow gets like woven into a story here and there, and I'm just like, okay, I'm here for this. I like it. But like, okay, one thing I'll say about the fact that you wrote that poem and then you had it framed and you like have it somewhere in your home, like it's interesting because I think that the two of us are very different in that I think I represent who I always am, both on and off the camera. Like I am who I am, right? Whereas with you, I think that you really use the show to not just like share your passion, but it's kind of like when a person has like pent up whatever and they like take kickboxing classes and they like let it all out during the kickboxing class. I feel like you do that with the show sometimes. And so people have this idea of you that I just don't think is really accurate because they're basing it solely on who you are on the show, right? Like, and who you are on the show is sincere, but in real life, like you're not constantly worked up, you're not angry, you're actually annoyingly nice and like annoyingly give people the benefit of the doubt. It makes me go crazy sometimes. And annoyingly optimistic, which does come through on the show as well. But yeah, go ahead. But you wrote a poem, dude. Like you wrote a poem and you have it. Like I've written poems when I was younger. I know I'm interrupting you, but I wrote poems when I was younger. Let me just tell you something. I did not frame them. I did not keep them, and I'm not sentimental like that. Like I don't know where they are. They're probably trash somewhere. But like you framed it, and it's a poem about hope. Like it's just you're a softie, Cenk, and people don't know. I think people need to know.
I'm not sure that they do need to know that. So. Yeah, but look, it's partly kickboxing. It's partly like a socially acceptable way of getting out your aggression. Just like when I played football in high school, I like to kick ass, and so I found this thing called a middle linebacker, and I was like, oh, people give you credit for taking people's heads off. Well, I kind of want to do that anyway. So and then they'll give me an award, and they did. So. Find a socially acceptable way to take out your aggressions. So, but the other part of it is exactly what I've been talking about all day, Anna, which is fighting is also strategic, right? If we were in power, if progressives were in charge, I would be a lot less loud, and I would fight a lot less because that would be a moment for truth and reconciliation. That would be a moment for being magnanimous. That would be a moment to tell Republican voters, you knuckleheads, we're going to show you we're on your side. Here's higher wages. Now I don't have to fight, I don't have to yell because we're in charge, right? So it's situational, especially, and that's why I keep beating up NPR. To people, they might be like, Cenk, poor NPR, why did you take their banjo and smash it over their heads? Because it's strategic, because they taught generations of Democrats to whisper, which then hurt us because the other side was shouting. They were shouting that we're killing and doing all sorts of terrible things to children, on and on and on, or the most horrific things. And our side whispered, and it caused an imbalance. And I'm trying to right the balance by saying you don't have to whisper. You too can be loud and fight back aggressively when we need it. So those are the two reasons why. All right, now I've got to correct two things here before we go. Number one, I didn't frame it. Okay, that's too much. No, it was my girlfriend at the time, Cindy, who framed it, and it was very sweet of her. She got it for me as a present. She knew that I wrote the poem. She liked the poem, so she framed it and in like a blue framing, because it's that blue I see, and gave it to me as a present. So it was very nice of her. I wasn't, because I feel like it's one thing
you
to
had
write
it
a
in the
poem.
office. Like you brought it with you you had it in your office. Like back in the day when we had that suit, like it was in your, like you kept it in the office. I'm just saying, like, sweet. It is sweet. Okay, so it wasn't you who framed it, but like you kept it in your office. You get what I'm saying?
No, Anna, I'm super proud of it. I got no
I know, I love that.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, framing your own poem is a little much. That's all I'm saying. It's like somebody went to, I like Oprah, I got no beef with her. I think she's generally a force of good in the world. But apparently we covered the story a long time ago of somebody stayed in Oprah's house in Hawaii, and they went in the house and it had like dozens of portraits of Oprah, including like giant wall-sized pictures of Oprah.
Okay, I have a question. Because it occurred to me recently that maybe this is not okay. So there are a lot of pictures of, like, I'm gonna change it soon because it's now been like 4 years and I think it's like I'm over it. But when Christian and I first got married and then we moved in together and all that, I have like gallery walls, which is just like a wall of pictures, right? And so I have like a bunch of our wedding pictures, like they're bigger, like they're big frames, 16 by 20 inch frames. And I'm like, there's a lot of pictures of us like hanging on our walls, and is that weird? Like there are no pictures of like, hey, here's a picture of me, right? Like here's a portrait of me, like there's nothing like that. But there are a lot of like large-sized images of like me and Christian at our wedding, or me and Christian traveling somewhere. There's just a lot of like, he had nothing to do with it. Like I did the deciding here, right? Like I'm the one who chose which pictures we'd blow up and hang up on the wall. We have pictures of our family and all that other stuff as well. But like, is that narcissistic and embarrassing, and should I take them down soon? Be honest.
Yeah, so two different directions here. Number one, no, there's nothing wrong with it in the beginning. Like we have pictures of our family up, and people have pictures of their kids nonstop. It's just that it's just you two, so that's the pictures you have. That's your family. There's nothing wrong with that, and I don't think people are put off by that. On the other hand, you're also allowed to take them down. It's like you don't have to put up your wedding pictures for like the next 40 years, right? So you're allowed to get variety. It doesn't mean anything. And so, but no, what I'm talking about isn't that at all. That yours is, you're perfectly within range of normal. No, imagine you walk into my house and there's like a 20-foot picture of me. Like that would be the scariest, weirdest thing in the world. Like just me like.
No, but Jake, the best is like how awkward you are when you're asked to smile in pictures. So I was actually envisioning like a giant, like full body shot of you like awkwardly smiling. And that would be very weird. Yes, that would be weird. I couldn't imagine you ever doing that.
No, that makes me uncomfortable. So that's why I wouldn't have framed the poem. Okay, let me tell you what my favorite poem is. It's If by Rudyard Kipling. And I'm gonna read you the first stanza and the last stanza, but you should, it's not a long poem at all. You should go read it online. And by the way, Rudyard Kipling has been canceled, just FYI. But I still love his poem. Okay, yes, other beliefs he had were bad. Guys, just the other day somebody yelled at me.
Jake, as my dad would say, who's cares? Okay, we're all friends here, we got it. You don't have to do the caveats. What is the poem? I'm dying to know.
Okay, so here's the first stanza. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies, or being hated, don't give way to hating. And yet don't look too good, nor talk too wise, okay? And it goes on and on with if. First of all, already, I love it, okay? And it's even got don't look too good. Checked off a couple of these boxes. Okay, anyways, and then the last stanza, but again, please read the whole poem because it's so great. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch. If neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it. And which is more, you'll be a man, my son.
I do. I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah,
it's a good poem.
It's a great poem. I once signed with an agency because they were called If Management based on the poem. I was like, I'm in.
Nice.
So yeah, and I'm gonna write a special one though for MAGA. I'm gonna quote Milo after the Supreme Court ruled against him. It's going to be labeled "Completely Destroyed." Subtitle: Utterly Betrayed. You know what? I got myself worked up. I'm thinking of writing it.
Those Parler posts were so good that I'm thinking about lobbying to allow him back on Twitter because I'd like to read more of that.
Yeah, I feel completely destroyed by Trump and what's happened. I'm utterly betrayed. What the bruters did to me is unspeakable.
All right, I think we gotta go.
We gotta go, guys. We gotta go. All right, have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.